Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hello, I'm Eric. 高炸。
欢迎光临 I'm Yuli.
Yokoso, I'm John.
Selamat datang, I'm Andy.
Woo!
Welcome to the second edition of WordCamp Asia. Also, incidentally, the 1199th WordCamp in the world.
Man,
A pretty good number, right? Yeah.
Man, time flies. It's been a year. How many of you attended the first WordCamp Asia in Bangkok last year? Raise your hand.
Amazing. Now, I can't really see all the way to the back, but I assume there's quite a fair bit of you. Now, thank you for taking the holiday on your company's money.
And welcome to the premier open source event in Asia, covering 43% of the website share.
But Eric, why are we in Taiwan?
Because we have a great open source society. Do you know that we even have a digital ministry dedicating on open source and digital issues?
So, I got the open source part. What else is great in Taiwan?
So, do you know that 400 years ago, we were called Ilha Formosa, which means beautiful island when Portuguese sailors saw Taiwan.
Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what they have found on this beautiful island across all the land they have sailed.
So certainly we have a lot of mountains like Yushan, also known as Jade Mountain, which stands the tallest peak in Taiwan and has a lot of ecosystem.
That's why we have named all our sponsors across all the mountains that we like.
WordCamps are only possible and price accessible because of our sponsors.
WordCamps are also, if you didn't know, non-profit and entirely driven by volunteers. Volunteers, hey! Hey! Now this year, we're going to have 2 sponsored halls, a little bit bigger than last, because of the enormous amount of support from people that wanted WordCamp Asia to happen again.
And we'd like to thank to our amazing sponsors from Jade Mountains. Brewhouse, Elementos, GoDaddy, Hostinger, Jetpack, VDOS, and Woo.
And here comes with the Snow Mountain sponsor, Google. Also, we want to appreciate our 秀姑鸾 sponsors, OmniSend, SiteGround, and WeGot.
Yay. Now, thank you to our Data Mountain sponsors. Apparently, this is not pronounced data, just in case you got it wrong too.
And thank you to all of our 20 Xingang Mountain sponsors. Thank you all.
Come to think of it, this is actually day 2. You know, besides our sponsors, who else are fundamental to the WordPress community? Yes, that's you, contributors. Let's see what we've done yesterday.
Do you see yourself in the photos? I hope you do.
This is day 1 of our Contributor Day. "20 photos is longer than I thought." Okay, yeah.
So, we started off on the first day of WordCamp by contributing back to the open source project, WordPress. And we have 627 of you registered.
First day? Yeah.
And 110 of you are the first-time contributors. Among that, we have made 20 code changes, and that will help make WordPress to the next version of WordPress release. Kudos, amazing work.
Thank you.
So, we're here because of WordPress. Now, I spoke to a few people across the last few weeks about what they're most excited about since the last time we met across the last 12 months. So first of which was the performance gains that we got thanks to the work of the core performance team. I was told just yesterday that Tesla showed a 25% performance improvement. Now you would think performance improvements means faster sites. Yeah, it's more than that. It really means faster sites means less resources used on the servers, which means less greenhouse gases collected. And with 43% of the web, we're helping to save the planet. Now, WordPress 6.4 was released by an underrepresented gender release squad to welcome and empower diverse voices. And it all came with the 2024 theme, which is blog-based. I love Gutenberg, by the way. Who's a massive fan of the Gutenberg blog editor? Great! It's beautiful with tons of useful features, and it's fully compatible with our site editing features. Now, lastly, the full site editing ability of WordPress that's been showing on the screen for the last 30 seconds. WordPress is well into the modern era. If you're not familiar with full site editing, that's okay. We've got a workshop for you this year, tomorrow. Now, WordPress, you saw that was super modern. This is what the four of us started with. This is, I think, WordPress version 2.9. I'm going to bore you with this, but just observe the difference.
Here we are at our second gathering. I hope we will be as good as the WordCamp Asia in Thailand last year.
Thailand?
Thailand people?
Thailand people!
Okay, but the excitement doesn't stop here. We are already dreaming big for our third one. We know which country you are going to next. It will be in... No, not gonna tell you now. It will be announced tomorrow at the closing. Be there, be there.
Yeah, I'll be there.
There's a lot of you. And this is how we're going to make it safe and fun event. We have a code of conduct on our website. It's a little long, so it's quite okay if you don't remember all of it. It just means be a good person. Also, TICC is a public building. Although we rent most of the rooms, we still have some outsiders, so be kind. Let people know that WordPress people are gracious people.
And before the keynote begins, we need to do some announcement and housekeeping. So this year we have 46 organizers.
This gotten it this 5 times wrong at rehearsals.
Yeah, and we have 90 volunteers. All of them are wearing the staff badge, and organizers are wearing the different lanyard you see on the screen. If you need help, approach to any staff member, or you can go to the information desk at the first floor.
We've got 4 tracks of sessions with 4 different themes spread across them. We're going to help you grow your knowledge and capabilities. We're going to help you know what's going to happen in the WordPress and web's future. We're going to show you technologies and trends beyond the WordPress project. Lastly, we want you to see what it's like to contribute and receive from within the WordPress community. Now, across these 4 themes, we've got a total of 55 total speakers. Hey, speakers, I hope you're here. Hi. Now, you're going to get to fully embrace WordPress. You're going to learn Web3, AI chatbots, design trends, learning management systems. You're going to get a proper glimpse into the content creation world. You're not going to be able to attend them all, but that's quite okay because we're going to record all of these sessions and we'll make it available pretty soon right after the event. And we encourage you to jump between the tracks.
Tomorrow, the co-founder of WordPress will be on the stage. So scan the QR codes and raise your questions, and he'll answer it.
Well, to check the rest of information online, you're probably going to need Wi-Fi. The password is easy. It's just open source. And if you don't have it yet, scan it before I change my mind. 3, 2, 1. And there's a lot of things to do. So please remember, do not use streaming like Netflix to spam up our Wi-Fi. And like what you're seeing right now behind us, all tracks will have AI captioning and beyond this big screen. You can view captions on your mobile in 57 languages. So before you enter any rooms, try to scan the QR code outside the room.
And just to be clear, you see Mandarin and English. If you want to read it in Japanese or Hindi, any other languages, just use your mobile phone. You'll be able to get it pretty simple and easy.
You are right here on the 3rd floor. This is the plenary hall, also track 1. This is also the same level where you get your lunch. It's just right out there.
And the other 3 tracks are on the 1st floor, towards the back of the building.
And remember to also stop by our sponsor hall at the Moon Bear.
Workshops are on the 2nd floor. And hey, fellow foodies, where are you? I hope the snacks on the 1st and 2nd floor will keep you moving, okay?
And if you need a bit quiet, we have a quiet room at the 2nd floor. And also, family room is on the 2nd floor. And if you need, sometimes you'll get into 202B. Also, we prepare the gender-neutral restroom. It's on the 2M floor, on that side, okay? That side. So if you want to take the south elevators. And we'll be serving lunch in boxes starting from 11 a.m. And it will be available for 3 hours. And if you have special dietary preferences, you should have received tokens at the front desk. And these are the tokens look like.
So, jumping to the weeds just a little bit. We've got a community corner this year that boasts of 3 really helpful zones. So on the 2nd floor, see tons of stuff on the 2nd floor. We want to make you move around. In the Salmon Hall where the sponsors are, we've got a job board to help people connect and grow their careers. You're going to see post-its go up on those. Use that as a place to meet your future employees and employers. If you're interested to know how WordPress is made by the people, well, seated around you, there is a Get Involved table that can help you directly be introduced to the teams of WordPress. And lastly, if you're here to get WordPress help, that kind of makes sense. This is a WordPress event because we're going to actually have a support table. It's called Help Hub. WordPress experts will be stationed there to help you with your WordPress websites. So ask them anything. It's free and they really want to help.
By now, I think you are equipped to be successful at this event. If you are posting about us, make sure to say nice things, hashtag WC Asia, or pin us at WordCamp Asia.
So we're going to play a game of we're going to play a game of Wapu Snap. So here are the things that you're supposed to do. You're going to take snaps of your visit to one of the sponsor booths, and then you're going to take a snap of your favorite session, or at least go to 5 or 10 of them, choose one of them and take a snap. Then you're going to make a new friend and take a, what do you call that, Wi-Fi? Selfie?
Selfie.
Yeah, a selfie together. And lastly, you can see from here, you're going to have a Polaroid taken with one of the organizers. Well, there's one camera here. There's going to be one at the after party, and then there's about 46 of us. So you're going to have to find us. Sorry, we couldn't afford more cameras. Now, when you've taken all these photos, put them online, so on Instagram, on Twitter, any of the socials, hashtag WC Asia and WC Asia Fun. And then we're going to choose 3 winners. We're going to receive micro-sponsor tickets, and then all the swag 2025, and then a direct invite to the welcome dinner then, at whichever host city that we're going to go to, announce at the closing remarks.
WordCamp Asia. Did you know that the first fully translated version of WordPress is Japanese? Apparently, they
Japanese
copied
people?
the whole...
Did you know?
Japanese people? Do you know? You know? Okay, now you know. Apparently, they copied the whole code base and rewrote all the strings into Japanese because there wasn't actually a translation system in that time.
So it is because of dedicated Asian communities like Japan? Japan?
Yay!
Hey.
India. Ooh. Taiwan.
Woo!
Malaysia. Bangladesh.
Woo!
Nepal. Indonesia. Yeah, and more.
Philippines.
Oh yeah, Philippines. Yeah.
They're loud. And I think we missed Thailand. I know we talked about Thailand, Thai people.
Thailand. Woo!
Thank you all. And
This community is the lifeblood of WordPress, and it's the very reason why businesses have developed around the software, as you would see in our sponsor halls later on.
And we wanted you to experience the graciousness of Taiwan, coupled with the spirit of the communities.
Happy
Happy
work.
Happy
WordCamp.
camping.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not working. Oh, okay, it's not working. Great. Just to be clear, I'm not the keynote speaker, and that's a very important sounding music. It's scary. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker. No Talk. No is not just the Chief Growth Officer at HumanMade, shaping the future of digital landscapes, but also the founding pillar of WordCamp Europe, enriching the global WordPress community. Beyond the digital domain, No champions animal welfare, leading rescue missions for animals in the crisis areas of Ukraine. A true visionary, No embodies innovation, community, and compassion. Please join me in warmly welcoming No Talk, our keynote speaker.
Thank you so much. John, you didn't tell me there was going to be this many people. So I was looking at the attendees list yesterday and before yesterday, and there's just so many new faces. It's actually incredible. Just take a quick moment to say hi and introduce yourself to the person next to you on either side. So now that we all know each other, I have a small experience to share. A few weeks ago, I had a meeting with a large company that you all know that's in the region, and they said that WordPress, and I'm quoting them here, they used this exact word, WordPress is obsolete. And it's frustrating to hear because WordPress has grown so much over these years, and it has become instrumental as software, as instrumental to humanity experience on the web, which is, saying a lot. Who would have thought that 20 years ago, WordPress would be, installed on 20% of 1 million of the top websites on the world, which is really very, very impressive. WordPress is one of those few projects that has had and continues to have a outsized impact on the web. But this word, obsolete, it's bugged me. It really has. And it's reinforced something I've thought about a lot in recent years, and that despite the success of WordPress, it has to change and it has to adapt. This thought has accelerated in the last few years, but we'll get back to that. My own WordPress journey started in 2009. I had this design, I wanted to convert it to a template, and I found WordPress and I thought, wow, this is cool. But right around that time, custom post types were coming out, which was really cool, because I thought all of a sudden, this platform is affording me infinite possibilities, and that I had a chance to almost have limitless opportunities to create different things online. And next to custom post types, WordPress has had a number of other defining moments, be it the expansion and growth of the plugin ecosystem, which in its size is still unrivaled to this day. Be it the REST API, which allows 43% of the web to connect to the other 57%, or Gutenberg, now called the block editor, through all its ups and downs, has maintained course and become probably the largest open source no-code project on the web. WordPress is open, usable, secure, and a foundation for big ideas. All this innovation resulted in an amazing amount of experiences being created online. We see this from major newspapers early on, big brands, global NGOs, and even NASA now. I mean, how cool is that? It's so very gratifying to see the work that you have all put in be used across the web. And this project pays dividends, not just financially, but to humanity as a whole. And there's something to be really said there for the 20+ years that we've already gone through, and the next 20 years, or the next 40 years of this project. We've created software which is honestly phenomenal. Now let's look at this journey through the lens of data. I think you'll find it quite eye-opening. So here we have WordPress's market share growth, and it's been extremely consistent, except for the last few years where it's stabilized a bit, and that's where we talk about this number 43%. Now I'm going to overlay a couple of other metrics to help create a bit more context and understanding of where we are today. And I feel this data is actually quite representative of what my experiences are and that of human-made inside of this WordPress market. So the first thing I'll add is attention, represented by Google's search volume. Now, the amount of people on the internet has grown. So this number, we may experience higher search volume today than we did back then, even though that value is lower. But the point being is that we are searched less, or we are now less relevant than we were before. Together with attention, let's add the idea of momentum. And momentum, in my case, I will represent through new sites being added every 3 months. So how many new sites on WordPress are being launched every 3 months? What I also like about this chart is that attention leads momentum. So someone will go online, or an organization or whatever, and search for WordPress, learn about WordPress, and then maybe months or years later, actually launch a website on WordPress. All this shows us that we grew and grew and grew, and then plateaued for a number of years. And by plateau, I mean it was still a ton of websites being launched every year. A really, really impressive feat. But then at some point we hit a wall, or rather a steep cliff, and that's called COVID. And it isn't, COVID's, oops, let me go back, there we go. And it's not necessarily COVID's fault itself. It's how we reacted to the situation, in that major economies, I think, injected a lot of money into the various businesses and markets, and that helped our competitors essentially purchase or buy attention and momentum. So they were able to increase their advertising spend, they were able to scale up their sales teams, develop their partnership programs, and so on. On the flip side, the large majority of open source does not spend any money on this. So it kind of makes sense that we felt that difference. And so far, we haven't bounced back, not in a way that one would expect necessarily. So to set some further context, till now I've shown you the entire demand side of the industry. Demand side being the users and the customers of WordPress. We can also look at supply side too, which is us, the vendors who supply products and services to customers. Instead of looking at the entire supply side of WordPress since the beginning of time, I've chosen to focus on the part of the economy which is really late stage and about streamlining and commoditizing or professionalizing these services and products that we have. And here I've put together a weighted line of different metrics to help inform that view. And funnily enough, they all trended in the exact same direction by the same amount. And the metrics I've used for that is the amount of agencies in the WP Engine Partner Program every year. I've also used how many agencies are listed on Clutch, which is an agency directory platform. And then I've also picked up how many freelancers were on Codeable every year. It's not an exact number by any means, but it shows a trend with regards to the maturity, and more importantly, the saturation of products and services inside of WordPress. Bringing it all together, I think this chart shows an impression that is different than when you just look at a pure market share number. And since we're all friends here, I think we're all friends. Can I tell you a secret? What? Ah, okay. So, it's a personal opinion, but maybe you share it too. I think we rely on this number, 43%, a bit too much. And this chart really shows it. At the beginning, there were too many clients for suppliers, and that was our kind of honeymoon phase. We're all making money, that's great. And then towards the backside, we start seeing that we have a lot of suppliers and not that much more new business coming in. So we're fighting over the same dollars. And that's extremely challenging. You see, the 43% represents something that has happened in the past. And while you should absolutely be deeply proud of this figure, let's face it, it's not going to sell the next 1 million websites on WordPress. So I don't see it as a marketing tool by any means, and it shouldn't be used as such, but rather a badge of honor. Really representing the significance of the growth of WordPress over the last 20+ years. With regards to present day, however, and what that means for our future, let's look at why we haven't had this large bounce back. If we simply isolate market share and the new sites, so attention and momentum, our journey starts to look like something that is very, very popular in the space of products and innovation, and that is of the S-curve. We'll clean this up a bit. And the reason it's called an S-curve is, well, it looks like an S. It's quite straightforward. And the S-curve is often described, or often used, to describe the life cycle of products, industries, services, and how they go through their stage of introduction through to rapid growth, maturity, stabilization, and/or decline. You could argue where WordPress is on this chart. In my opinion, it's quite clearly in the maturity area. For me, it's absolutely the case. And this is a very, very important stage, because what happens at this stage of the S-curve is that often the S-curve is then displaced or disrupted by new S-curves. And we see this in our day-to-day all the time. I'll give you two small examples. Taxis used to be quite cumbersome, was a bit of a hassle, and then also Uber came out, and then we had Gojek and Grab in the region here too, and that completely transformed the way we travel overnight. And S-curves are not limited to the cool latest technology or apps and platforms and all these kind of good things, but we can also look further back. This is the rice cooker. This used to be limited to Japanese naval vessels, and then once electricity became more widespread in Japan in the 1950s, all of a sudden it took over all households almost overnight. And that is very, very powerful in terms of how quickly these disruptions happen. Now, coming back to WordPress and the broader CMS ecosystem, there's a case to be made that there's a bit of a new S-curve occurring with headless, no-code, the whole kind of AI-assisted world of things. And I'm not just talking about generative AI, but also AI previously to that. And this all kind of lumps together in this world of composable. And from my sales meetings and the conversations I'm having with clients and whoever else in the market, it's definitely a narrative and a theme that they're buying into. So in a way, they're validating the fact that a potential new S-curve actually exists. Now, I've put WordPress in monolithic tags here because that's how our competitors label us. And they do that very, very often. So we have now this old and huge code base that is used for blogging, only blogging supposedly, which is quite challenging as a narrative to work against on a day-to-day basis. And since many of these new vendors, these trending vendors, these cool vendors, whatever, of this new guard, are so often integrated with each other, as well as adjacent technologies such as search, CRM, media management, whatever else, the buyer is left with this feeling that, hey, this can all work together, right? They can purchase a best-of-breed stack made of individual components where supposedly each of them is a market leader, and then, you know, they communicate relatively well with each other, they're quite well integrated, and then the buyer thinks, well, I have the best thing in the world. But there's a catch. There's always a catch, right? So last year, Dries, the founder of Drupal, wrote this great article where he presents his thesis quite clearly, that these trending technologies, headless, microservices, all these kind of vendors went on a massive drive to essentially try to innovate or reinvent how the web is created and how you build experiences, and then these vendors also then claim as much, right? Like they're reinforcing their own narrative. But the problem is they've kind of started converging back to the old CMS, you know, the traditional CMS or the monolithic CMS in their ways. And on the flip side, Drupal and WordPress have adapted to headless. We've become headless enabled. We've taken on the approaches of headless. We know how to work with these things very effectively. So there's a convergence of these two sides of, I guess, approaches to the market. So it's debatable if the new vendors have genuinely created a new S-curve of innovation, or if it's just all marketing and hype. Now, my gut feeling is that the answer is somewhere in between. Similar to the article, there's some kind of convergence or a mix of the two. Now, we're 15 minutes into this presentation, and you're probably wondering, you know, I can't wait to see how this guy wants to change core. Now, here's the joke. I don't want to change core. I think core is great. There's absolutely no issue whatsoever with core, at least in, in my mind. I think it's an incredible piece of software. My more simple take is that the market doesn't understand WordPress, that we haven't unlocked it for the audiences of tomorrow. And I generally mean that. The code is extremely powerful in its capabilities, and its maturity. And there's an immense amount of volunteers dedicated to this project. They're all sitting in front of me. Or yet we have to change ourselves, to transform ourselves, to find WordPress's new S-curve. And I write unlock here because, again, core isn't the problem. It's the distance from core to the market that is. In many ways, I think it's the end of this 43% monolithic era and time for a new one. Let's dive in. Just making sure the fonts are loading correctly. As we move from monolithic to best-of-breed setups, it's increasingly important to not only be aware of the broader ecosystem, but also integrate with it. This is where we were once way ahead of the curve, right, with our plugin ecosystem. And now we have 60,000 plugins, but my take is that SaaS companies and newer vendors have essentially used that as a prototype or as a blueprint to iterate upon it and create something new. And they've taken that a step further in terms of UI, UX, how the product marketing and how it's all packaged together, and it works really, really well. And this is something that works extremely well at the top of the sales funnel because it brings users in, it makes them feel comfortable, and it makes them more productive earlier on. We may have the biggest plugin ecosystem in the world, but it's a mess. This is a search for Salesforce, which is a very large CRM tool, but obviously not everybody uses that, and that's okay. So let's take something else, like cookies, right? Every website, at least in Europe, definitely needs a cookie policy, and we don't really have good solutions to these things. Not things that users can easily just, without thinking, enable and push through. There's a lot of choice paralysis, there's a lot of exploration and discovery to do. It's quite frustrating. And even when you look at the other open app ecosystems, and by open I don't mean open source, I just mean that you can create things for them, the level of requirements and guidelines is extremely advanced and high. And we're not talking about, these rules or guidelines being applied to their premium plugins or premium extensions and integrations, but their entire third-party ecosystems. And I absolutely encourage you to look at Apple's human interface guidelines or Shopify's Polaris to get an understanding of what I mean. Because this is the new sort of bar I feel that is in the market today. And for WordPress, I think we're standing in front of a very, very large opportunity. However, I'm not speaking about all the plugins, but I think there's a great opportunity to start with the ones that resolve the largest pain points. And looking at other CMS vendors in the space, the trend has become quite clear. There's integration directories, there's technology partners that have dominated this narrative, and it works extremely well. You can see, from this vendor in particular, it's the very kind of typical template or pattern you see these days. Here's another vendor whereby the first two apps are actually created by the vendor themselves and are just optional downloads. Now, funnily enough, this is not anything that's new to WordPress. And let me tell you, when you feel the pressure of the market, you start reacting. And in this case, this is why we see WooCommerce do it. They provide various first-party or native extensions as optional downloads. And this is for very popular features and integrations, and it makes a lot of sense because it helps the users onboard quicker, faster, whatever. It doesn't have to be attached to their core product itself, but it's there to be used immediately whenever the customer may need it. And I think the same should happen with WordPress. Oh wait, it already does. Oops. Did I not get the slide? There we go. So it already happens inside of WordPress. So you can see we understand the pattern as an ecosystem, but we just haven't unlocked its full potential. Now coming back to this screenshot, because it's a bit more evolved, I believe we should build native integrations for popular tools as well as popular features. And by popular tools, I mean the kind of third-party applications, open source or proprietary. It's important that we fit in the larger ecosystem, so that can be from HubSpot to Algolia to whatever else. And then in terms of features, that can be the cookie policy, the cookie banner, that can be forms, SEO, that can be SSO, single sign-on, whatever that may be. I think there's an opportunity to do the research, put into work to find out what are the most used solutions that people need. And in these cases then, to combine open source, our ethos, and what has made us popular to begin with the best practices of the industry today. And by doing so, I think we will create the best integrations and tools that any CMS has ever seen. And my thesis is quite simple. I didn't have time to fill out the entire design, but this is the new design, new admin design, which I think is very incredible in terms of what's coming out of the team and the whole core side of things, where this admin redesign is just, yeah, it's worlds apart, and I think it's a great opportunity to step into that and to fill this out, similar to what we saw with the WooCommerce marketplace, but bringing in integrations either on the website directly or inside of the dashboard. But for these integrations, I feel that we really have to be very strict. This is about consistent UX, UI. This is about consistent extensibility patterns. It's about consistent and centralized documentation. But more importantly, as I just said before, I think it's about making these integrations or extensions first class so that they're not lost somewhere in the plugin repository, but actually exist one click away or 2 clicks away on WordPress.org or inside of the dashboard. In a similar vein, a couple weeks ago, I started building a web app on Next.js, and I needed user management. So I looked at Superbase, which is one of the open source tools for managing users. And within a couple minutes, I was sold. I said, you know what, I'm going to use this with Next.js because they did something that gave me the trust and confidence that they cared about the integration between the two platforms. You see, integration isn't about or all about how things connect into WordPress. It can also be about how WordPress connects to other things. And to use the same example, why can't we provide front-end development kits, first-party front-end development kits to easily plug WordPress into these frameworks, just like this? And I realized, you know, the individual pieces exist out there in a third-party way, somewhere on some GitHub repo, but that is not how you compete in this market today. Let's talk about a more ambitious goal, because WP admin is a very big place. It currently takes a fair amount of time to build out anything in WordPress, just because of how many options we have and how many things we can build. It's not a huge criticism, just a small one. And we'll take an example, something like a lead generation block, right? You need to add a block. Maybe you add 2 columns. In the left one, you put an image from your media library. In the right one, you put a form. That form you configure, connect to your CRM, and then maybe you test it. That's quite daunting for beginners. And even for myself, because I've gone through this process recently, it's very time-consuming. It's quite frustrating. It's not where I want to be spending my time. And this is where I think we are in a unique position as a large open source project to take advantage of this. I think what we can do is what proprietary vendors can't do, and that is to chain or connect AI agents together to create superior and fast no-code options or outcomes. Zapier is a good starting example. So with Zapier, they allow you to use natural language to essentially create your automation, your workflow automation. So new email comes into inbox, send it to Google Sheet, send it into your CRM, put a notification in the Slack channel, whatever that may be. That's what Zapier does. And this little AI tool helps you set that all up. Now, I think in Zapier's case, because they only really help you with the planning side of things, They just use a single AI agent or GPT request to essentially create the plan of tasks. But what I'm suggesting is that we go a step further and that we also execute the subtasks. And it remains to be seen how to implement something like this, but it's ambitious. And I think as technology is evolving and as we see new AI developments and innovation every week, I think this could probably run on your own machine at some point without requiring third-party subscriptions or GPUs or whatever. There we go. So coming back to our lead generation block, to give you an example, to kind of read it, that's good. The user starts, in my opinion, similar to Zapier, by expressing their wishes. I want to create a lead generation block for my latest product. And that is something that is then sent to and received by an orchestration, an autonomous orchestration agent that then plans out and sends these tasks out to then be executed by various subtasks. And this would be an example of all these subtasks. Now, a sort of primitive, I guess, predecessor already exists in WordPress. When you try to paste content from some random source into Gutenberg, it magically formats it correctly. Why is that? It's because in the back end, it's able to understand and go through a bunch of logic to try and figure out what your original source was, and then format it appropriately and paste it in such a clean way that it looks beautiful. And that's truly powerful, those kind of user experiences. It's intelligent, it's elegant as a solution, and it's invisible. And this is the exact same idea with what I'm proposing, just a bit more complicated. And it's invisible because you may only choose to expose a certain piece of UI. In this case, you may propose to the user, would you like to choose one of these 4 designs, or refresh again, or terminate, or whatever. But this is essentially how lightweight these kind of implementations can be. And why are we uniquely positioned to do this? Well, because proprietary vendors don't want to go through this much work when they have a much more narrow point product. I think we have the opportunity to really go a lot further, because when I experiment with proprietary tools that have these kind of build your websites through AI, I'm actually quite disappointed through the results, because it's trying to do too much in one go and doesn't have that narrow focus to be able to really create the right kind of outcome. And in none of the tests I ran was I even satisfied with the draft enough that I would continue using that draft. So I'd waste my time, building an AI kind of draft, only to then have to do it all over again myself, which is not the idea. Our upside and benefits as an open source project are infinite. I think one of the better places to look for, I guess, inspiration of how powerful this could be for us is GitHub's Copilot developer satisfaction survey, let's call it that. And we see here that Copilot provides developers with gains in productivity, flow state, and less frustration or having to overexert yourself. What GitHub Pilot does for developers, I think we can do for no-code marketers and content creators. This then gives us the advantage of increasing our time to launch for new WordPress websites, making users more happy overall, assuming we can execute this. And because we're all about extending WordPress, there's no reason why plugins and themes can't have their own mini agents that ship with their own products, giving us the true sort of end-to-end automation that is, I guess, in line with WordPress's desire to be extendable and to have a cohesive experience. My last idea is probably my more painful one. When I go into sales conversations, I always have to work double, which is, okay, but it's getting very, very repetitive. And what I mean by that is not only, before I even have the chance to sell our agency, Human Made, I have to sell WordPress first. Because the starting point for the customer or the buyer is that WordPress is obsolete. It's this old CMS, monolithic blogging platform. It's insecure, all these kind of things. So we first have to put in quite a lot of work to clear up these misconceptions, educate them on things, and undo a lot of this bad marketing that exists elsewhere. So we have all the ingredients to not only tell the one-size-fits-all story, but I think we also have the ingredients to tell many smaller, great stories with sharper edges and sharper narratives. And yeah, let's say I'm a user and I'm looking for, or I'm a potential buyer in the market looking for headless solutions. If I try to search WordPress and headless, which I did the other day, I'll find a page by us, Human Made, in the top left corner. Then I'll find a plugin for Gatsby, which has now been, it's outdated, unfortunately. Another page from RTCamp, very nice page, by the way. And then there's a plugin from Web Dev Studios, a good little front-end kit. I was talking about front-end kits before, except that they archived this just 2 weeks ago, funnily enough. So, and then the last screenshot I have is probably the best page, and it's not made by any of us. It's made by Vercel, the company behind Next.js. So it's quite interesting that they've figured it all this stuff out in terms of integrations, how to create product marketing that brings two brands or products together in a way that feels very seamless to the buyer. I think we have the opportunity to create content for these strategic verticals. And strategic verticals are strategic because we are able to combine and compound various competitive advantages that we have to then create something that should position us as a market leader. I think we have that opportunity in a number of verticals. This can be small to medium-sized businesses, this can be enterprise, this can be headless, this can be publishing. We have the assets, we have the customers. If we are able to bring the software into this, then we're also, he stopped the beeping. If we're able to also bring the software into this that I'm talking about in terms of native integrations and these kind of first-party solutions, then the whole page and content and strategic vertical comes together in a much more cohesive way that then the consumer understands and is able to compare against other vendors. So bringing this all together, I think there's a very, very large compounding effect. Imagine that the integrations and extensions I first talked about come together, are then merged with these AI agents too that underpin them in my second point, and then that a certain basket of features, integrations, and extensions can be brought together to tell a compelling narrative around key strategic verticals. I think that starts looking very good. Again, WordPress core is not the problem, it's the distance between core and the market. And I think things like this help bring the two much closer together. Coming back to this chart, and to simplify maybe what I'm proposing, is to take our code base, to take the best of product marketing that we've seen in recent years across our industry, and then to be, finally to be a part of tomorrow's innovation, to once again create a shift in the market and usher in a new era of growth for WordPress. It's important to note that I don't think anything I've presented creates that new era of innovation by itself, but rather, look at them as fire starters or igniters that seek to help us just start on a new curve. To give you an example, at the enterprise level, a number of us agencies have come together to create an alliance called the Scale Consortium. And in this alliance, we seek to level up the perception of WordPress at the enterprise level. And even though we, Human-Made, compete with other alliance agencies, sometimes on the same deal, trying to win one, we actually, always still come together as friends or colleagues to really work on this for the benefit of the entire ecosystem. And I think this is the power of open source and WordPress. There we go. In closing, last year we had our first WordCamp Asia in Bangkok. And it was such, oh, go back one, sorry. You guys killed my slide, there we go. Was that always one off? Oh, interesting. There we go. Okay, no, we seem okay. So in closing, last year we had our first WordCamp Asia in Bangkok, and it was such a pleasure, really, genuinely, to see everyone again, because we just had a couple years of COVID and had been apart from each other, so it was just nice to spend time as humans. But this year is for building. We have to build the bridges that connect our products to the market, make it exciting, make it useful, make it necessary, and make it so that people really want to use this software. So in these 2 days, talk to people, reinvent the world. Ideas don't cost anything, right? Maybe if you're even inspired to take action, I think that would be absolutely great. But if you do take action, I promise you that many proprietary vendors ultimately will then become obsolete. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Noel. We have a gift for you from the program team. So
thank you.
Please give another hand to Noel.
Do we have a Q&A? Okay.
Unfortunately, we have no time for questions for this session, but Noel, will you be around? Please come and approach him, and we'll see you at the next sessions. Thanks, everyone.
Cool. Thank you. Good to see you.
for this section. So this session will be panel discussion. Please welcome our moderator, Angela Jin from Madrid. Angela has been with WordPress over 10 years since 2010 and joined the community since 2018. With over 10 years of experience in DEIB initiatives, she's passionate about empowering women in tech. Today, she will lead a panel of inspiring women sharing career insights. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Angela Jin.
Hello, WordCamp Asia. How's it going? Yeah, excellent. Well, I am thrilled to be here with you today on this International Women's Day, a day which celebrates the social, cultural, political, and economic achievements of women globally. And every International Women's Day has a theme, and this year's theme is Inspire Inclusion. And I realized that for a global community like WordPress, the terms that we use around diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, or collectively DEIB, can be hard to understand. And so for this panel, I would like to offer a definition for inclusion. Inclusion is how an organization welcomes all members and enables them to participate meaningfully. And so in honor of this International Women's Day and towards this theme of inspiring inclusion, the WordCamp Asia organizing team has put together this panel. You're going to hear from 3 incredible women in WordPress around their stories and their experiences. And so please join me in welcoming our panelists, Chiaki Kono, Hannah Kao, and Olga Glecker. Welcome. How's everyone doing today? Is it a good WordCamp Asia so far? Yeah, great. Excellent. All right, well, this panel is largely going to focus on work and careers. And so to start, I'd actually like to know more about all of you outside of work. And so if we can just go down the line here and please please say your name, tell us where you are from, and tell us a little bit about who you are outside of your career.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hannah. I'm nervous and excited now because this is my first WordCamp Asia.
Welcome.
I call both Taiwan and Japan my home because I was born and raised in Taiwan. But I know some of my ancestors were from Japan, so I feel like I have strong connection with Japan. And I also lived in Japan for 1 year for language learning. Yeah, I had a lot of good memories there. Yeah. And about who I am outside of my career, I love old things. I love old stories like history and mythologies and dinosaurs, and especially old castle and temples. I love these things so much that I worked part-time at National Palace Museum in Taipei and dinosaur exhibition at one point. Yes, that's about me.
That is a great museum. If anyone hasn't been there, you absolutely should go.
Yes.
So, okay, my turn. 大家好，我是 Chiaki Kono， 我是一个住在香港的日本人，也是一个 digital marketer。我很高兴今天来到台北分享我的想法，请多多关照，谢谢。So, hello everyone, I'm Chiaki Kono. Please feel free to call me Chiaki. I'm a Japanese digital marketer, have been based in Hong Kong since 2008, and I've been using WordPress since around 2006. I sometimes develop website for clients with WordPress, but my main focus in recent years have been on digital marketing. And in WordPress industry, I recently worked remotely from Hong Kong for a Japanese company called Vector Inc. Vector is one of the leading company developing themes and plugins. I'm responsible for both domestic and international marketing, and I was an organizer for WordCamp Ogijima, Japan, and Hong Kong, and last year WordCamp Asia in Bangkok. And also I had a fun opportunity to design Tuk Tuk Wapu and Chao Phraya Boto Wapu for last WordCamp Asia in Bangkok. Did you see that?
Absolutely, it was
Thank you so
beautiful.
much. I hope a lot of people enjoyed it. And so I'm so happy to come to Taipei as a panelist this time. I'm really looking for sharing my experience and learning from these great women today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Olga. I'm from St. Petersburg, Russia. I have pleasure to be here and very excited. It's the second my WordCamp Asia, and I had great luck to have to be in several WordCamps more, like in Helsinki, in Berlin, and it was each time is very exciting. So I'm a bit nervous as well. Who I am outside of my main work. I have a loving family, my husband and 16-year-old son. They supported me a lot and liked me like I am with all my craziness. For example, I am started to take fancy lessons and actually attended battles already. And apart from this, I am writing a fantasy saga. Actually, I'm preparing it to be published. So, and of course, I'm contributing to WordPress since WordCamp Berlin in 2019. And back then I joined the marketing team, but right now I'm contributing more to core and testing and several other teams as well. It's very exciting, and because we have so much of teams, there's no end of learning of new opportunities. So it's great to be here.
Excellent, thank you. All right, and so now we're going to focus a bit more on the work side of things. I know we've talked a little bit about where we work, but let's dig into that a little bit more. Can you share more about your career, what you currently do, and what your career path looked like?
I'm an NGO worker. My organization is Taiwan Gender Equity Education Association. We focus on gender equality, women's rights, and also LGBTQ's rights. And there are many people who are passionate about making the social a better place, like teachers and politicians, and so our job is to empower and supporting them. Yes, and about my career path, I think my career path is simple. My major is public administration and policy. Most of my friends in college wanted to be civil servants, but I didn't. And I worked as graphic designer for a while, and then I joined my organization about 7 years ago. And I remember that on the first day of my work, I thought I would have to fight conservatives like face to face, but they asked me to build a website instead. So that's how I started with WordPress. And And I was like, oh, I can really do this. So now I also make websites for clients, especially people from NGO like me. And I also make WordPress website for my organization. And I'm happy to be here with you guys, so many amazing women in the community. I want to hear more story from you.
Okay, so nervous. Let me check my cheat sheet. Okay, so it share my story about with WordPress. So I started using WordPress in 2006, maybe. And then at that time, CMS such as WordPress and movable type became popular in Japan. So I was very happy to use WordPress for free. And then I remember using it immediately for clients as my freelance work. And then after that, I moved to Hong Kong in 2008. In the beginning, I couldn't speak even easy English or Chinese, so I have to go to some language school to learn Chinese first. I learned 3 years Mandarin and 3 months of Cantonese. During the time, I couldn't so many works, but just a little freelance work for Japanese clients. Then, after finishing language learning, I started a small creative company in Hong Kong. Initially, I couldn't have many clients, but I found some Hong Kong clients through my friends. They are focusing on Japanese market, so I helped them with building a Japanese team or website creation and designing, printing materials, and so on. My skills in Japanese style design and developing websites were very helpful. Of course, I built the website using WordPress for the Hong Kong client. They already knew what WordPress was like, so it was easy to start the project. They already know the knowledge, so I don't need explain about the basic of the WordPress. So I could easily understand what they want to do and what I could help them. Even though my language skill is not so high, but my WordPress skills helped me get work. I was a significant moment when I felt WordPress was very useful beyond language and country. There's still more story to tell. And then since founding the company, I have worked in small teams like me, only 1 or 2, 3 people for several years. It was fun, but I always felt like battle myself. So I gradually started to look outside. I wanted to talk more about my work and meet various people. After attended my first time WordCamp in Tokyo 2017, maybe, a lot of things changed a lot. And then I discovered the WordPress community in Japan and started engaging with a lot of people. Over the past 7 years, I have attended a total of 16 WordCamps. I went not only countries in Asia, but also EU, Germany. Maybe I was also there. And then I participate as much as possible as a volunteer, organizer, or speaker. As a result, my network expanding rapidly. And then the leader of Vector, the company I work for now, he asked me to work as a marketing rep at the company. So now I can work with many people learning each other. So my growth was always being with the WordPress community. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you.
I changed a lot of jobs, and I was a salesperson. I was supporting software. I was a marketer before I became a developer, and it all was like a good experience to have anyway. But I started to write sites from scratch to clients 12 years ago, and 10 years or more, it's already my full-time job. I worked for companies, for small companies, big companies, as a freelancer, and like built and tried a lot of different things. So right now I'm working, because of my experience right now, I'm able to work with like very interesting projects, and not only like making layouts, but actually building stuff, very custom stuff, like integrations with ERP system, etc. And I think this was because of also because of my contribution to WordPress, and it allows me to develop my skills, I think. I don't know what can be told more about.
Well, thank you so much for sharing with us today. So clearly we have very diverse backgrounds here in our careers, and we have a wealth of career knowledge here. And like many other industries out there, technology is still a male-dominated industry. And so as women, what issues have you personally experienced or have seen others experience? And how did you overcome them? Hannah, I'm particularly curious, since you are working with this NGO, what have you seen?
As an educational NGO worker, I think that women, it is not just in industries, because women face challenges way earlier in their lives, like at school. And so that continues into their career. Yes, we worked with a lot of teachers in my organization, and that in my country, parents want their boys to work in tech industries because many people think that men will be more attractive if they got a well-paid job. And I think in many Asian countries, yes, same
in Hong Kong.
Really, yeah. But they don't do the same thing to girls. Taking as an example, when I was a child, I was so terrible at math, and and my families didn't punish me for that, but they told me, Hannah, you don't need to work so hard because it is normal that boys do better jobs than girls in math and science. So I was like, oh, okay, I don't need to work so hard. Good. So, but they punished me if I screw up my English or Mandarin tests. So I think there are so many gender-based factors that affect people's choice, and that become challenges for both men and women. Yes.
And especially in your work, how can you speak a little bit more about how you address those issues?
Okay. And in my organization, we work with a lot of women in tech, and we also work with some enterprises, especially from technology. My organization does its part by providing training courses for companies about gender equality. And as a speaker, we have noticed that in some conservative companies, especially local companies in Taiwan. When we are speaker and the audience is mostly men, we notice that men tend to be more talkative and active than women. So we think maybe that is because in their working environment, women they doesn't have room to speak in their daily work environment. So as a speaker, we create more space for women to speak. We invite women to speak, and we want everybody knows more perspective from different people. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Jackie or Olga, any thoughts here?
Yeah, actually, I told mistake. It's really similar the Japanese situation in the education stage. Yes, I had a lot of same things in Japan, but I moved to Hong Kong. My thought of the woman career is very changed a bit because a lot of women very focused on the career in Hong Kong. And then they very career-oriented thought in Hong Kong. That is a very big difference between Hong Kong and Japan. So I was so surprised at that things. So maybe before moved to Hong Kong, maybe in Japan, I feel some pressure of the gender bias, but very fortunately, after I came to Hong Kong, I have not so many pressure on the my career. Why I think so? Because in Hong Kong, there is a in-house house helper system in Hong Kong. Are there any in-house helper system in Taiwan? No? Maybe no. Maybe no. Oh, I see. In Hong Kong, we can see a lot of home helper in Hong Kong. So women can very focus on their career developing. Even the housework or childcare, they don't need to that. So many women, even after born baby, they can also very do more power on the career. So no matter how they busy, it's no worry about the housework. And then that's why in Hong Kong, we can see a lot of management level woman career people. Yeah, it's very good for the freedom on the woman career, but in another phase, no matter we are woman or man, there's a big pressure for how to earn money. It's a very big, another issue, I think. But yeah, I think the system of the home helper system is one of the good way to encourage women's career, I think.
Right now, it's much easier for me because my contribution to WordPress and people can actually check who I am and what I'm doing. But before this, it was awkward situations. For example, one client asked me if I'm a real developer or can I know some program languages at all. So I was offended and I didn't want to even talk with such person anymore. So, and there are always people who think that what you are doing is easy and cheap and you should be grateful to work for them. I don't like such people and don't work for them either. There are always people who think that they are getting like worse services from developers, they are complaining about this and they think that you should be their next developer. No, I will not. So I think what we can do is to stand out for such people and not to accept such lousy offers. This is how we should stay our ground and be a bit robust. At one point it can be difficult, but it's better for us.
Yeah, I agree. It's it feels horrible to be mistreated, and it's never okay to mistreat others in that way. And so clearly there are a number of issues that have come up in your line of work, and I hope that everyone has also had experiences that really helped their career, that gave you opportunities that you might not have had previously. And so I'd love to, towards that theme of inspiring inclusion, I'd love to hear some stories around that. Chiaki, I think you mentioned that learning a new language was challenging towards getting a new job. I'm wondering, were there any opportunities that helped you in that area?
With my language barrier, you said? Okay. Yeah, at the beginning in the Hong Kong, yeah, in Hong Kong, many people can speak multilingual, like Cantonese and Mandarin and English. These are the basic skill for them. So I couldn't speak even with easy English. I couldn't speak it. And then I tried to find my new job in the Hong Kong market, but I couldn't. Of course, yes, a little bit easy office work in the Japanese company, but I have no motivate for that. So I tried to my best. How can I do? And then I decided to open the company in Hong Kong and try to find by myself. I find the client by myself. That is a little bit hard, but a lot of people encourage me. Especially I learned Cantonese and Mandarin. Maybe they feel more closer their culture or some design or express how to express very feeling similar with me. And then I could get new job in Hong Kong. That was very great experience for me.
Wonderful. I am always so impressed to meet people who can speak multiple languages, and all of us here speak quite a few languages collectively. So good job, us. I'm curious, anybody else have experiences that have helped their careers?
I think all experience has like impact in your career. If it's related or unrelated to what you have, even these fancy lessons, they can have you more robust, make you more robust, and actually stood out in some other place as well. So I think everything matter what you are doing, and you should choose what you are encounter, because if you will hang out with like bad people, I don't know, you can become the one of them. So this is why hanging out with great people, great developer, great marketers is matter. And this is what actually one of the part of, I think, good career. And also, I want to point out that contribution to open source is also a big push forward, because your contribution is open and everyone can see it, and there are challenges for everyone, no matter of your like level of experience. You can go step ahead and ahead and ahead, and in WordPress we have more than 8,000 tickets right now, and there are quite challenging things to do. And before it was discussed in future of WordPress session, a huge amount of ideas where we should go, and this is what you can do if you master everything already. So it's always a way to learn in open source, and because it's open, it's easy proof that you can do it.
I'm really impressed by you guys because I have no technical background and I'm not very active in the community, but you are, yes. So I'm surrounded by amazing women here. And my answer will be WordPress. I am an NGO worker, and I think WordPress really empowers NGOs. We benefits from WordPress a lot because there are a lot of fake nonprofits in the world, and it is important for people to know more about your organization by your website before they make donation. So I am glad I know how to use WordPress to build a website for my organization and for other NGOs because yes, we really benefit from WordPress.
I love that we've identified WordPress as one way that we provide opportunities for women. And so if anyone out there participated in Contributor Day or has contributed to WordPress Online, good job. Thank you for creating opportunities for everyone here. And one other way that we can create opportunities is through allyship. For people who are less familiar with that term, allyship refers to behaviors or actions that we can take to support or advocate for others who are usually less well represented in an organization. And I'm wondering if you've encountered any examples of really great allyship in your work, in WordPress, in life. Open question.
Okay, I have like an idea, just like from the dream world. If everyone will think before making a solution, like hiring person or making like contract, etc., or even interacted with someone, and stop to think if I'm making this decision because I am like objective and fair, or because I have like some kind of prejudices inside my decision. Just make a one stop to think about this, and it will become clear what is motivating you. And if everyone can like just share this this information, that we have like shortcuts in our brain that we are using and not thinking straight through, and taking other people by their look or by their gender, etc., it will benefit everyone. And if everyone will be aware of such things, that such things are happening automatically, we will be in much better place.
Oh, I think there's a lot of way to be an ally. But I think maybe many people think being an ally means that you need to do difficult things like make a big donation or fight against everything. But I think it is being an ally can start with small things, like maybe sometimes we just need to listening with open mind. Like Olga said, we don't judge people just only by their gender or appearance, and maybe we can start with small things like click a like button in social media on a post about supporting women's rights and share with your friends. So these messages can reach people in your community and around your life. So yes, my friends, I have my friends sitting in the, yes, they are here supporting me. So I think they are my good allies.
I love this.
Where are you, eh?
Yeah, that's good story, and Yeah. First time I heard the allyship, the term, I didn't know the term, the meaning of the allyship, but after I searched the meaning, that is very good term, I think. And initially I thought about the WordPress community, so I recommended the WordPress community as a place to experience good allyship, I think. And then this is because WordPress community focus on protecting physical safety, something like that, and provide a safe place to share their opinions and experiences. We can easily to share anything from my experience and them. So people from different backgrounds can naturally share and support each other, I think. So meetups and WordCamps activities, anyone can learn and grow while experiencing and sharing the spirit of allyship. Yes.
Wonderful. All right, so we have some immediate actions that you can take towards good allyship, which is excellent. When we start thinking about much bigger changes, knowing that there are biases and prejudice in workplaces, I want us to think a little bigger. What would you change in a workplace or in any organization if you could magically change anything instantaneously? What would you change to break biases in those spaces? Olga, you shared that you've had some experiences with rude clients. What would you do?
I don't think we have a magic, actually. We have to get like longer way to take, I think if you encounter such environments, you took a job and found out that you are not taken seriously, or you are just getting like a lower jobs and not getting up anyway. You should prepare yourself. It takes things into your own hands. Learn, study, educate yourself, prepare to move on from this environment to the next one, better one. And I am not asking people in such situations to take drastic actions. You need to be safe first to prepare, but still you should take a leap to the next better future for yourself. And there is always be the better place. And if you don't have an experience and you have no idea how to find this experience, open source, contribution to open source is a great way to gain this experience and to find this better future for yourself. And we also can take things from another side too, because if there will be more women talking on stage, organizing meetups, events, and going outside of our safe WordPress environment and sharing this knowledge, creating courses, for example, educational materials, etc. It will be very obvious for many decision makers that women have value, and this value is actually a bit different than men can offer to the businesses, and they will want women in the first place. And of course, I want to point another thing is that if you have like 1 or 2 women in a whole company, it doesn't not count, because women will have to do things in man way become more brutal and more robust and adjust to this environment. So if you want diversity in your company, in your team, you should make it almost even, to make it work and to have this balanced, and women will shine and progress and succeed in these environments.
Excellent. I just got the Time's Up card, and so I want to make sure we have 10 minutes for Q&A. Is that right? At this point, I would love to invite any questions from the audience. cannot see you all very well with the light coming here. And so I think there are some microphones that might be being sent around. Okay, I see a microphone over there. If anybody would like to ask a question, probably just wave at the volunteer with the microphone. And while you all are teeing that up, I have one last question for you all and anybody else who would like to share some thoughts here. We've talked about some immediate actionable steps we could take. We've talked about some big steps that we could take. What are some really practical resources that have helped you all out in your careers that you would like to share with everyone here? And as you are teeing up for questions, if you all have great resources, please share those with everyone as well.
Okay. I think the first resource, asset you should go to is your women friends. If you have women friends, and especially women's in tech, you can refer to, it's much easier for you if you can be honest with someone and get help in safe environment. So if you have such friends, it's much easier, and some problems can just went out without any difficulties. So if you don't have friends, you can make them here right now. So, and another thing is books, motivational books, educational books, biographies, self-development books. I love books. So, and I think even if you think that it will not work, you should read them. And you should read them again and again and again, and they will change you. This is what I was talking about when you should decide what you encounter. And if you encounter good books, you will become better as well.
Do you have a recommendation of books?
I think the book of Carrie Byron, it just came to think, it's nothing about development, but she was on Mythbusters, and it's a great book about not uneven path of a woman, and when she made a choice between a career and things that she really wants. I think it's a good example of a path of a women successful one. So, and I think there's a lot of more, but still we have more men writers than women. So if anyone can write a book and motivate other people, you should do it.
Great. Okay, so maybe same again. I really recommend it. Everyone can join some meetups, WordPress meetups, or joining WordCamps. Not only just attendee. Maybe, we can try more as an organizer or speaker. That is very good way to improve my careers or something like that. We can stimulate each other, running each other. I still, very recommended to join the community.
Absolutely. And
I agree with you. I think we need friends, and the best way of making friends is to find an NGO or meetups and community and get involved in, because I think we need to make connection with people. Sometimes we face challenges that we can't deal with on our own, so we need friends.
And we have WordPress meetups around the world. They are smaller gatherings than this, but regular points where the local community will get together and talk about all things WordPress, and it's a great way to connect with your local WordPress community. If there isn't a meetup in your local city, you can start one, so just reach out to the WordPress community team. All right, I can't quite see over there. Do we have any questions? Oh, I see movement. Oh, question over here, it looks like.
Hello, everyone. I'm VS or you may call me Julia. I'm from Taiwan. I'm not sure this is a question or just an idea, because I really appreciate that that there is a session, the women's session, set up in the WordCamp Asia this year, and because it's not very popular in Taiwan to really talk about women issues, because sometimes people think that we put too much focus on gender equality, and people think that men and women have been very equal, but actually it's not. And as a girl, I've been taught to be obedient and just listen to what my parents say. And we are not encouraged to speak out in the classrooms. And this kind of education affects me a lot into my career. And so I went through workplace sexual harassment and also abuse from my colleagues, and also and when I went through the sexual harassment, I didn't speak out because I just think that silence will make me safe. Because when I talked to my coworker that I was harassed by one of my colleagues, and she said that, "Oh, don't say that because he is such a nice guy. He is very diligent. He was very diligent in his work. So don't talk about that in the office." And then I just decided that I should just stay silent. And this kind of things happen a lot in Taiwan, in companies and also government. And so I think that in sessions like this, I'm really happy that I can finally talk about this in front of everyone. And I think it's very good for events like this to encourage everyone, not only women, but also men, because I know that men also underwent sexual harassment and other kinds of bullies or abuse in their lives too. So I think that also part of our trauma. So I think it's not only for mental health, but also for the social development, the progress. And I really, so this is not quite a question. Just want to share my appreciation for the organizers of WordCamp Asia 2024. And also to the speakers, the wonderful speakers and hosts. So I'm VS from Julia. I'm VS from Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being so brave and sharing a very personal story with us. Thank you. Any other questions out there today? All right. If there are no questions immediately, that's totally fine. I'm seeing some more waves. Maybe one more question. We have time for one more question.
Hi, my name's Ray. I've been using WordPress and working with it for 12, 13 years now. When I first started, there weren't a lot of women involved with the WordPress community, and it's been such a delight to see how far it's come in this time. The fact that we have women leadership in WordPress is fantastic. What else do you think needs to happen to propel women forward in the community? And what next steps would you like to see?
It's a fantastic question.
Can you elaborate a bit about this?
Yes, so I think your question speaks to we do have excellent female leadership in WordPress, and we know that there's more that we can do to increase women representation in our space. And so, what next steps could we take towards that? Is that a fair? I see you nodding. Great.
Yep, that's exactly.
I think we have already a diversity program, right? And we trying to balance each WordPress WordCamp, our speakers with like women and men, and get involved underrepresented groups, right? I think we are already doing this, and for meetups, I think we can apply it as well, but I think we should make it on all grounds and also invite women, especially because women can be shy, yeah, and people from underrepresented group can be shy as well. So we need to make a special call for them that they should apply and balance. For example, if you are conducting a meetup, you should ask for like 2 women and 2 men to present topics, and not only like asking women to represent soft topics, because most people will expect like marketing stuff or like about content management stuff, things, but to actually ask them to present hard topics with hard technical skills. I think when people will be seeing this continuously, it will make a difference.
Wonderful. I realize we are at time here, and so if anybody else has any questions, I've been told that there is a speaker Q&A room that we will spend some time in, and please feel free to come meet us and ask any questions as well. Thank you all so much for being here. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you ladies for sharing your amazing journeys with us. On behalf of WordCamp Asia, we would like to give you gift bags we prepared. Ladies, thank you. If anyone have any questions, I believe you can find these ladies at conference later today.
And my introduction is very short because I know you have very deep things to say. Thank you. There we go. There. Okay, now everyone can hear me. Thank you so much. Welcome to one of our really most important sessions of the afternoon, not just talking about today, but also the future. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Golruzhin, also known as Jesse, very simply, esteemed legislator, serial entrepreneur, and I'm going to say Web3 innovator. Let's give him a warm hand.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here to talks about my long time evangelist as an evangelist and really love WordPress and use WordPress as a user and lover about WordPress. And very happy to see there are some new things happening in WordPress ecosystem. For example, like Web3 Press. Okay, so this slides is kind of a fork from my friends called King Ko, the founder of Litecoin and the Litecoin chain. And originally, the title is how I make a living with writing NFT on WordPress. And this time, I think it's not only him to use WordPress to making writing NFT on WordPress, but also us. So this time, I would like to share you about something like Web3 on WordPress and unlocking new frontiers. Okay. So I would like to have a brief introduction about myself. My name is Ruchong Ko. You can call me JC or Ko-sang. And or if you are familiar with Mandarin, you can call me Ge Rujun or Bao Bo. And I'm really lucky to become the newly elected legislator at large in the Legislative Yuan. Is kind of the parliament or Congress in Taiwan. And also at the same time, I also teach some class in the National Taiwan University. And my background is communication, information and communication. And then after that, I got my PhD on computer science in National Taiwan University in 2012. And for these few years, I do something about Web3, emerging technology, blockchain, VR, AI, a lot of stuff because I really love it. So last year, I was in Dentsu, Japan, Dentsu, Taiwan, as a Web3 growth partner. And also, I'm really lucky to become one of the most influential people of the year in Taiwan of particular very famous blockchain media, Block Temple. And also, I'm really lucky to become one of the top tech podcaster. I have my podcast show called JC in Tech, about tech, about Web3, about blockchain, about AI, all kinds of things. And I'm really lucky to be able to invite Vitalik Buterin to my show like a few weeks ago. And with a few millions downloads. And I won some awards, and I do some things about inventing something like a VR 360 camera, and got some Red Dot award, something like that. And also, I'm one of the first Taiwanese to join Singularity University in Silicon Valley. And also, like I said, that I'm the evangelist for many years on WordPress. So, like in 2013 in Taipei, and we have the WordPress 10th years anniversary in Taipei called WP10. And at that time, WordPress is not so famous like right now. And I'm really love it. So I'm the meetup planners to create a Taipei meetup back to 2013. And at that time, I just called some friends, and we all love WordPress. And we have a tiny, mini, and casual meetup in a coffee shop in Taipei. So this is me, and this is me, and maybe look a little bit different, but that's me, okay? And also in 2017, because I'm running a startup at that time, so I have a new website. I'm really impressed by the new version and new plugins and the new themes of WordPress. So I created a WordPress website for my business, startup business, called Luna Camera. So at that time, I built a really, for me, it's a really interesting experience, because at that time, building a website by WordPress become easier and amazing. And also at that time, I tried to embed 360 VR video on my website of this project. It's really impressive. So this time I'm here, a really amazing event, and it's my pleasure to be here to share some thoughts about Web3 Press. And like I said, that this slides is kind of like an interaction or like a fork from my friends called King Ko. King Ko was the founder of Litecoin and Litecoin Chain. He gave the similar talk back to 2023 in Bangkok or maybe in Thailand somewhere. And King Ko is a very good friend. He is the creator behind everything of Litecoin. And he wrote a lot of books. He's a book lover. I'm a book lover as well. And we make a lot of content. And I made my first blog back to 2004. At that time, WordPress maybe not a very good choice at that time. So I used some ancient boutique solution called the movable type. Is there anyone remember this solution? Yeah. So at that time, I built my first blog back to 2004. And after that, I found out there was a better solution called WordPress. So I make my personal website, I make my company website all by WordPress. And after like 2017, I fall in love with blockchain, decentralized application. So I built my new website as an e-commerce website, but connect with digital wallet like MetaMask, and everything done by WordPress and with the plugin, amazing plugin on WordPress Marketplace. And right now I have my new website available on juchongko.com. If you have time, you can pay a visit. And I'm a book lover, and I also wrote books. The left one is my book published in 2015, and after that I introduced a lot of new books from US to Taiwan, including one of the bestseller book about metaverse wrote by Matthew Bo. The name of the book is Metaverse. And also, Glenn Weil wrote a very interesting, amazing book called Radical Markets. And I'm like kind of a local instructor of this book. And I wrote a few chapters for this book. And also, I'm really proud that I can co-work with the publisher of Vitalik's books, the Mandarin version of his book in Taiwan. And I'm also the instructor of this book. So I really love those kind of new content, new technology, and back to the 2014, something happened and make me, like wide opened my eyes and see a lot of new stuff. Is the experience that I participated into an educational program in Silicon Valley in Mountain View is Singularity University. It's a new educational program back to 2009, and it's co-funded and participate and get support from Google and NASA. So Singularity, what is Singularity University? It's kind of like an educational program. It's just like a university, and it's located in NASA campus in Mountain View. And they found the two key founders. One is the Dr. Peter Diamandis, and another is Dr. Ray Kurzweil. And Dr. Ray Kurzweil is a very famous futurist. And he is the kind of the inventor of a keyword called technological singularity point. So after he wrote the book, Singularity is Near, he's kind of very, very involved a lot into the movement. He want to make everyone to know about this singularity point about technology. So he paid a visit to Google and meet the two founders and got their support to create a university and to talk about a lot of stuff about emerging technology and try to make a new like invention or new startup all around those new emerging technology. So this university tried to bring a lot of famous speaker, famous student all together into the campus. So every year, Singularity University will only take 80 participants from all over the world. Back to 2014, there are 80 participants selected from more than 10,000 applications. And 80 participants was selected from more than 35 countries and regions all over the world. And at that time, I'm really lucky to be the first Taiwanese to get into the Singularity University. And after that, I graduate from the Singularity University, and I get aware and familiar with all kinds of exponential technology. At that time, I wrote my first line of code about deep learning, and I also learned something about the gene editing like CRISPR-Cas9, and I got the fully understanding about self-driving car. And very important is at that time, we are really focusing on a lot of project about AI. But back to 2014, AI start growing a lot, and we are thinking, what's next? So at that time, I have an amazing discussion with a lot of talent, including NASA engineer or like engineer from Tesla. And we all agree that's the next trend or the next exponential technology will definitely impact a new area. It's called economics. So we think that in the next few years or 10 years or 20 years, there will be an exponential economics. That means technology will not only impact the industry or making new product or a new gadget. It will have a deeply impact to our society, especially in economics. And why we are thinking like that is that at that time we first met the new technology called blockchain. So this is my roommate in Singularity University called Canalis Savendo. And at that time, he's one of the earliest founder of a Bitcoin exchange in Mexico City back to 2013. And he is a really enthusiast about Bitcoin at that time. He tried to persuade me to buy a lot of Bitcoin back to 2013, but I don't believe it at that time. But after a few months, I got to learn a lot of information and knowledge about blockchain and Bitcoin. I kind of changed from a skepticism to a believer. So I bought my first Bitcoin from his hands. So this is the very important photo taking at that time, because I'm really lucky to got my first Bitcoin at a really sweet price, kind of like $600 US, and today is maybe 60,000 US. However, I don't want to encourage you, each one of you, to try new technology too soon, because at that time, my first Bitcoin very quickly went from $600 US to become only $260. So I'm a little bit nervous. I am really nervous about maybe Bitcoin will become nothing. However, at that time, like many people say, that skin in the game is very important. So at that time, I Google Bitcoin, Google blockchain a lot on the internet, and I'm really lucky to got a slice and a presentation made by A16Z. And in this presentation, they say that every few years, there will be a new exponential trends will come, like PC internet, mobile internet, and what's next. And this is the answer. There will be AI, there will be cryptocurrency, there will be mixed reality, there will be autonomy. And this will become a new cycle for human society. And this slides is like a prophecy. It's they made these slides back to 2017, and right now when we see it, it's become true. Like we have a ChatGPT, and we might see the new all-time high about Bitcoin, and then Vision Pro is here, and maybe next generation of Vision Pro will be better. And then we will see the Tesla Optimus in the market. So this company, they are really kind of like evangelists of blockchain technology and Web3. And the founder of this VC or VC firm or this like really amazing company is Andreessen and Horowitz. Mark Andreessen is the creator and the founder of one of the first browser in the world called Mosaic. And he's also the founder of the second famous browser called Netscape Navigator back to 1994. And Ben Horowitz is also an amazing investor. He invested Airbnb, GitHub, Facebook, Pinterest, Twitter in very early years. So they are really embrace all the technology about Web3, blockchain, and crypto. So a lot of people ask them why crypto is important and why you think Web3 is important. And every time the answer will be the same. Like crypto in 2017 is just like HTML in 1994. So this is really early years for Web3 generation. And many people will ask, like, right now the Bitcoin is already all-time high. It's like 60,000 US dollar per Bitcoin. Are we too late? And I have to quote the Mark Andreessen's very famous sentence here, is never too late. He said that I arrived in Silicon Valley in 1994 and I thought I was too late and missed the whole thing. So before I introduce Web3 Press to you, I have to show you like why it's important to know a little bit about blockchain, crypto, and Web3. So what's blockchain? Blockchain is the next era of the internet, and it was born with money, a new ability to transmit the digital native money. From 1969, we have internet. You can only send or transfer or like have a dialogue, like purely text. And after that, we can send maybe a picture, and then we can send a music like MP3, and then we can send a movie, and right now we can stream whole movie on the internet. But from 2008, after Satoshi created a blockchain, that's the first time we can send or transfer the digital native money. And what is money? Right now we will say the US dollar bill is money, new Taiwan dollar is money, maybe Line points in Taiwan is money, or like the PayPal dollar is money. However, for economists, money could be anything. like a gold yellow stone, like yeah, it's gold, or like silver. Anything could be money. So you can imagine, like, if you are the first person in the world, think a gold yellow stone worth something, worth a chicken, worth a cow, maybe other people won't believe you. It's just like the Bitcoin holder or Bitcoin lover. They will not trust, or they will not trust the traditional US bill. They think Bitcoin is the money. I want to say that is money could be anything with consensus. So let's watch a short clip about a very funny video. It says that if you were the first person, one of the first person think gold worth something, maybe you won't be liked by the other people. They will not believe you. So let's see the movie. Okay.
Redskins, Dodo Heads, tepid lemonade. Get out of it. Redskins, Dodo Heads, tepid lemonade.
Hey, mate. I'll take 5 of your Ratskins and one of those tepid lemonades.
It's one chicken, mate. It's not a chicken.
No, that's much better than a chicken, my friend. That is gold.
What?
Gold. The currency of the future.
Great, come back in the future. Ratskins!
But no, mate, I don't think you understand. This has unlimited use.
Can I eat it?
No.
Can I wear it?
No.
Can I use it as firewood?
No.
It's starting to sound pretty limited, mate.
But you can melt it and then turn it into whatever you want.
Can I turn it into food?
No, you can't eat it.
Is this going to take long?
Hold on your horses, mate. We are dealing in futures here.
Oh, what's that? Is that a rock?
No, worse, it's cold.
Oh, cold. How do I get some cold?
Gold. I have people mining for it.
Oh, you have people. La-dee-da. We got a rich one here, eh? What do you pay them with?
Gold.
Next.
No, they say that this currency could be worth 1,000 Ratskins, maybe even more, in just a few years.
Says who?
The people with gold.
Fuck. Next.
Look, every economy ever has been controlled by the big chicken banks.
Next.
And this is our opportunity to get out from under the big chicken boots,
Fuck me.
shake up the market, and start taking back our economic independence. Are you with me?
No.
Really? Come on, man. Look, all my mates are doing it.
I'll just get your hand off it, all right? Everyone's trying to predict the next alt rock. First it was stone, then bronze, then iron, now gold. What can I even do with this shiny shit? Make fucking jewelry out of it or something?
Yes, you can do that. Great idea, because it's malleable. And, best part of all, there's fuck all of it. It's a finite resource.
Mate, I'll tell you what a finite resource is. My fucking patience, right? Now, piss off!
You know what? Stuff it. I'm taking it back. That's like talking to my dad.
Yeah. Why don't you go discover avocado and smash it on toast, you dickhead?
Yeah, maybe I will.
Sorry, mate.
I'll have a dodo head, thanks.
Half a chicken. Piss on me, not you two.
Oh, no. This is way better than gold. It's silver, or as I like to call it, light gold cash. It's faster to mine. It's...
It's got to be the last one, surely. Ratskins, dodo heads, very tepid lemonade. Get it here. Desert warm.
So anything could be money based on consensus. So blockchain technology is just a decentralized ledger. It's distribute and make ledger more safe and more ledger holder. And ledger holder will get reward to get more ledger holder and to make it become more safe. And the ledger will be like a Voldemort. It will not be very easily to be killed because it's distributed. So like Voldemort. So right now I spend a few minutes of time to explain that two key factors about blockchain and digital currency. First is distribute. Is distribute its ledger into like thousands or more than 1,000 servers or computers. And everyone could be the ledger holder and make it more safe and more easier to collect or generate consensus. And after that, some genius, or one or few genius guy who created a new generation of blockchain to make it programmable. Vitalik Buterin is the key person to create an Ethereum network. And he worked with Gavin Wood to create a new stuff called smart contract. And if you use smart contract, you can issue, you can transfer, you can write code and run on the blockchain. It's like 1,000 connected computers. So let's see what smart contract can do. Okay, let's see this video by Bloomberg.
Welcome to New York City, the crown jewel of the real estate market. Everybody wants a piece. And now, thanks to blockchain technology, that may very well be possible. This $36.5 million development is being sliced into digital shares, or tokenized as it's called, so that investors around the world can own as much or as little as they can afford.
We have the typical bank financing on this project with a conventional bank, and this loan matures in January. We decided to take a right turn and tokenize the debt here on the property. The construction is 95% complete. We are starting to get inspections in the next week or so.
We have a bank deadline on us where we have to sell a certain amount of units or repay the entire loan by a certain date. If construction's been delayed, if the market turns, if competition pops up, and we're not going to be able to hit that deadline, what do? So by tokenizing the debt, it gives everyone breathing room to sell at a normal pace with the market instead of against it.
The people behind this offering reside across the East River, in that other borough. Here, the blockchain startup Fluidity has teamed up with broker-dealer firm Propeller to generate tokens by crafting smart contracts. And in so doing, they could be changing the way we all do business in the future.
When we started to look at the real estate industry, it's probably one of the most inefficient industries that exists currently. You have a lot of middlemen, a lot of lawyers, a lot of bankers, and just being able to create something that has real impact on an industry like that, I think you're looking at significant disruption.
But for a project determined to eliminate middlemen, there's a lot of people involved.
Motivator.
Coder.
I'm a lawyer.
Facilitator.
Strategy.
Project manager.
Developer.
Co-founder.
I'm just the broker. I'm a fan.
An important party that is absent in this equation is a bank.
There will not be a bank involved.
The process goes something like this. These guys create tokens on the blockchain. The tokens represent the condo unit's debt and can be traded as private securities. If token holders sell their shares, the purchaser can either preserve the tokens on the blockchain or cash them out, thereby dissolving these tokens altogether. This theoretically would produce more liquidity to a notoriously illiquid market.
It's a hard asset-backed secured loan.
We're taking private securities and we're putting a digital wrapper around them, which makes it easier to track and easier to transfer.
There's only 4 assets you can own in the world: stock, a bond, a currency, or a commodity. And we think every single one of them is going to get digitized, tokenize the world.
And that's already happening. A UK company recently tokenized this Andy Warhol. Now, 100 people own 31.5% of this $5.6 million painting. And when it rises in value, the tokens will as well.
So far, there are already like more than 1,000 different kind of applications run by smart contract and running on the blockchain. Those type of application, we call it DApps, or decentralized applications. At some point before, we only use blockchain to hold a digital currency, to hold a distributed ledger, to have a digital native money. However, at some point, a genius artist, people, is the first famous digital artist to issue his work on blockchain by a new protocol called NFT. It makes a token like a collectibles that people can collect and trade. So NFT is like a non-fungible token. You can collect it and you can save it, you can transfer it, or you can trade. So it's like Andy Warhol. He made a very famous work called $1 bill. He just pick a $1 bill and make sure the ID number is he like it. And also he put on his signature, a real physical signature, and have a stamp on it and send it to his friends. And when he sent to his friends, there is a stamp with a time labeling. And then when his friends' post office got this dollar bill, they have a new stamp with a new time labeling on this dollar bill. So this $1 bill is now worth more than $1, of course, because it has a signature, it has a time labeling, it has you know, some beautiful number 9250 and have a beautiful stamp on it. So this $1 bill is now worth more than $1 million US. So NFT is like a collectible token on the blockchain. Okay. So the creator of NFT has a really great example called CryptoKitties. Every CryptoKitty token is collectible token. Okay, so I will skip this video. However, it's very cute, but you can check it online. Okay, CryptoKitties on YouTube. So I want to tell you that the Web3 is the next generation of internet. And at some point, we already have Bitcoin, we already have NFT, and we already have Metaverse. Bitcoin is like the money, original native money in virtual digital world. And NFT is like something in digital world. And Metaverse is like a place in digital world. So I really like it because it's like a next generation of digital life. However, some people don't like it, but we like it. And from Web 1, we have the authority to do something like read only from the internet. And in the Web 2 generation, we can read, we can write. So we have a social media, we have a CMS. But only in Web 3, we can read, we can write, and we can own, and we can collect. So in Web3 generation, we have a new kind of content management or content publish platform. It's like this one. This one is very famous in Web3 world. It's a mirror.xyz. Every article you wrote will become an NFT. And your readers can collect and can sell it on NFT marketplace. So Kinko has his mirror site, and I also have my mirror site. And I try to write some articles on it, and then I can issue NFT of my article. Although my article is free to read, available for everyone, but if there's someone really like me or really like this article, he can collect this article. And not only collect this article, he can make friends with the other collector. And also, if someday I'm really famous, or someday this article become very famous or valuable, he can trade it on OpenSea or any other type of NFT marketplace. So you can trade it, you can sell it, you can buy it, just like Elon Musk buy a Bored Ape NFT. Okay. So at some point, we love WordPress, but WordPress is not yet ready to work together with the Web3 generation writers. So Kinko, they created a Litecoin, they created a Litecoin chain. They would like to provide ability for WordPress and to all the writers on WordPress to be able to very easily to create writing NFT by their articles. So nowadays, if you search a plugin with the keyword Web3, you will see a new plugin called Web3 Press. And by Web3 Press, you can very easily to convert your articles to become a writing NFT and be able to to collect by your readers. And someday they can trade it, they can sell it, they can buy it. And the first step you have to do is you have to have a new ID in Web3 Internet. And the first step you have to do is you have to download or install or join into a blockchain ecosystem. So Litecoin chain or Litecoin is a crypto ecosystem based on Cosmos. And the top and the most popular wallet on Cosmos ecosystem is Kepler. And you can download it and install it on your browser. And the only one thing you need to do is to write it down, the passphrase on your computer or on some paper, and write it down and never disclose it. And after that, you can get a very tiny like amount of Litecoin for free on this website. So after that, you have a wallet, you have an identity on Litecoin chain, and you have a WordPress website with a plugin installed. Then you can very easily to publish your article, and after that, you can generate a writing NFT by one click. And after you generate an NFT, you will also get a very interesting, unique ISCN created by Litecoin chain community. It's an international standard content number. It will never be forgotten by the internet. It will be forever exist on the blockchain. Maybe not on internet, but of course, it will last long and live long and prosper on blockchain. So this is the interface of Web3 Press, and after that, you will get your writing NFT on Litecoin platform. So any readers can very easily to pay a very little Litecoin to collect your work. No matter is a video, no matter is a photo shooting or like any kinds of digital content, you can make it as a writing NFT. And then you can collect new holders or make a new friends with a lot of creators on this ecosystem. And every article is able to become an NFT and be able to collect by your readers. So this is the activities made by King Cole. He sells his articles as an NFT very easily on the Litecoin ecosystem. And me as well. And if you want to check, you can try to Google it. And I write some articles and very easily to be able to convert my article into a writing NFT. And also, but most of the time, I will make it all free. So you can claim it for free. And with this, I can connect with my reader by a new way. And at some day, maybe they can sell it on OpenSea with maybe a few Ether or something, or trade with others by their Bored Apes NFT. So I also, as a creator, and I also as a collector of a lot of book NFT or like article NFT published on Litecoin chain. The most important thing is because there is a consensus of those types of digital currencies, some people believe and trust those currencies worth something, just like gold many, many years ago. So if you collect NFT or sell NFT, if you get some Litecoin, you can very easily to use your digital wallet and to connect some exchange, digital currency exchange service. For example, like this one, Osmosis, and you can swap your Litecoin into some digital form of US dollar. It's called like USDC. It's all regulated in US. So after you got some USDC, you can transfer those USDC into a digital currency credit card. And then after that, you can buy some food and make you happy. So writing an article, originally you just for fun or for friends, but right now you wrote an article, you can make it for food. Okay, so this screenshot was taken by King Ko. He earned some Litecoin by these 3 articles. Quite a lot, right? It's worth like more than 1,000 US dollar. So right now he's really happy and walk around in Taipei with a lot of delicious food paid by Litecoin, transferred into USDC, and he can pay for food by a crypto credit card. So writing could earn money by Web3 technology and by cryptocurrency. If you are the WordPress user or writer, I really encourage you to try to get some knowledge or to meet some friends who is the supporter or a user of Web3 technology, for example, like Ethereum or Cosmos. And then I really encourage you to download and try Web3 Press on WordPress. And after that, remember, you have to install a wallet to get your first ID or identity on blockchain. So if you want to learn more, you can pay a visit to a website called liker.land. You can learn everything about Litecoin and Litecoin chain and also Litecoin Foundation. And if you are engineer, you can also become a node, a ledger holder on blockchain as a Litecoin blockchain ledger holder. And also you can check on internet about Osmosis. It's like an exchange, cryptocurrency exchange made by smart contract running on blockchain, running on distributed computers. So that's it. I really thanks to King Ko to make this whole slides as a Creative Commons presentation. It's a CC0. His slides already made a presentation in 2023. Is how I make a living with writing NFT on WordPress in WordCamp Asia 2023. And this time it's my honor to be here to show you the similar path and also encourage you to experience the Web3. And I believe writing could be fun, could make you some friends, but also could bring you some food, okay? So that's my experience about how we make a living with writing an NFT on WordPress. Not in WordCamp Asia 2023, it's in WordCamp Asia 2024. Thank you very much.
JC, thank you so much. I think this is the first session I've ever heard talk about tepid lemonade and fiat currencies for the WordPress audience. A wonderful session. Thank you very much. I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad if we could put the slide back up on
Yeah.
how to get in contact with you and first steps. I think that's critical. The space is moving very quickly.
Which slides?
Whatever you feel is the one that helps WordPress people get started. As
Ah,
quickly as-
sure.
Yes, that's what we want to talk about.
Yeah.
Just so people can take pictures of it, have it in their mind on how to, what are the next steps
maybe
that
this
we
one.
can take
Yeah.
with WordPress and the community. So we talk about WordPress, we talk about the entire transactional ecosystem. Where do you see the open source combination between the two?
Oh yeah. The plugin Web3 Press, I believe, is fully open source. And because this Litecoin Chain Foundation is like a community, every developer is like a participant and also volunteer. So it's all welcome everywhere. Every engineer from everywhere to involve and make it like keep growing and keep improving.
I like to think it's sort of like the democratizing of economies.
Yes.
With publishing. Are there any other questions out in the audience? There's got to be some. This was a very deep and rich, complicated topic, I have to say. And I am blind out here, so I don't know if you see anyone out there. What would be the first most important step if you're just learning about this and you're working in WordPress?
Yeah, I think first thing you can just search a Litecoin or a Web3 Press on the plugin store. And also, if you want to learn more about blockchain or distributed publishing or like writing NFT, you can go check on liker.land. They spend a lot of time to try to make a new friends on the Web2 community. And Web3 people, they are really friendly. And the information and knowledge is very easy. It's very easy to understand. If you just pay a visit, you can learn a lot very quickly.
So when you come back next year,
yeah,
what will have changed?
Yeah, maybe there will be Web 4 or Web 5. No, I think for me, I'm a kind of a believer that Web3 technology or crypto technology will be a mainstream. Like, for example, like this year will be very important year for crypto technology because it will have a new bull market. You might well see the new all-time high of Bitcoin. However, maybe not everyone believe on that. But I believe there will be more engineer involved into creating those types of application or plugin. So I will think that next year there will be like 10 times of users and developers in Web3, and we will build a lot of amazing stuff on WordPress or on any other type of platform.
We're getting there with Bitcoin. I think just the other day it was 67,000 USD, somewhere around there. We still have like 2 or 3 minutes. So
yeah, sure.
The ultimate question, of course, is how will AI impact all of this?
Yeah, I think AI could be very useful, but it's also kind of scary, right? Because for me, I'm a little bit worried about that because as a digital content creator, a writer, and a podcaster, I kind of think I can just keep watching movie and be lazy, and I can make my digital clone to make a new episode of podcast. And also I can create a mini AI of me to write as many as article I want. So I'm keep thinking that digital native content could be dying. Okay. However, I still believe there are something have to connect to humanity or our physical world. So today I'm really happy to be here because we are using a digital native content management system and platform called WordPress. It's amazing. However, we have a physical event and we can have a physical touch. So I think this is the trend and this is the future. So we kind of like a little bit scary or afraid about AI, and but at the same time we should embrace it and also embrace real world and physical touch.
I love the positive conclusion of that. Thank you so much, Dr. Jessica.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
and the music fades out. Welcome, welcome to one of the last sessions of today. How's everyone's day one of, there we go. Now I like this. WordCamp Asia 2024. Fantastic. It is my great privilege and honor to introduce the executive director of the WordPress project and a friend. I think she thinks we're friends. Josefa Hayden Champosi. Thank you so much. Come on out, Josefa.
Thank you, Robert. I had a clicker. I'm gonna find it, guys. Here we go. All right. Hey, everybody. Did you all know that today is International Women's Day? I think it's only fitting that we have me then ending this whole day. And I thank you all for being here. There are plenty of places you could have been. You could have been hanging out with all the sponsors because those sponsor halls are very exciting. But as Robert said, my name is Josefa Hayden Champosi, and I am the executive director of the WordPress project. I was first introduced to WordPress back in 2010 or 2011 by my mother, which is a thing that people often find confusing. They're like, no, you must have introduced your mother to it. But no, I didn't. She had a spare ticket to a WordCamp, which it turns out is a very standard origin story for people who do things with WordPress. Somebody at some point was like, I've got a spare ticket to this thing. And they're like, well, I will take it. And so when I left the event that weekend, all I could think about was how strange it was that someone had made this software available for free. Having been one of those people, one of those someones now for a few years, I think a lot about how we create open source projects and how open source projects need to have things in order to thrive and survive. There are things we always hear when we talk about like how to make sure open source projects survive into the future and exist now and make sure that they're sustained and maintained. We hear things like the commons, and we hear about proprietary competitors and how everything works at scale or it doesn't. And we also hear sometimes about gardens and specifically walled gardens. So that's kind of what we're talking about today. We're talking about walled gardens versus community gardens. We're just going to take a tour of a couple of gardens of technology. And then we'll take a look at what that might mean for the WordPress project in the future. But don't worry, you don't actually have to know anything about gardening or horticulture or botany. I'm not going to have a quiz at the end. But you do kind of need to know what a literal walled garden might be and a literal community garden is. So a walled garden is exactly what it sounds like. It's a garden with a wall around it. You can get into it if you pay or you're invited, but if you're not in there, you can't experience it. You have to be inside the walls to experience that. And in community gardens in the US are these big plots of land often owned and operated by communities, and they have smaller pieces of land in them where if you live in the community, you can come and plant a garden in it. If there is a surplus of anything that you put in those gardens, sometimes it is gathered and donated to a food bank in your community, but also sometimes it's sold to other members of the community that might need or want it. And those proceeds are used to make sure that they can maintain the grounds and also, you know, do administrative work, the very, very fun work of office management. So it's one of those things that is collectively managed, but so that it has individual benefits. So those are the two things that we're talking about. Those are the literal definitions of those gardens, but we're going to talk about them as an extended metaphor for technology. So what is a walled garden in technology? I'm going to do the thing that all WordPressers love to see. How many of you have heard of walled gardens from a technology standpoint? Oh, good. If everybody is confused at the end of it, see who raised their hands and ask them for answers afterward. So a walled garden has come to refer to proprietary software in technology, but the first usage was surprisingly about telephones. So there was a telephone company in the US that was making proprietary hardware for their services. And so you would have a phone, you would have a phone number, and it was attached to a specific address. If you lived there, you could rent the phone and rent the phone number, and so you were paying for both access and the service. And if you ever moved away, if you ever left that place, you couldn't take the number with you. You had to find a new number, lease a new phone, and start the whole process over again. So later, the term was used actually in relation to marketing. That's where we most often hear it, and it refers to platforms where everything is inside. The audience is inside, the service is inside, the content is inside. And the two that people probably know the most right now are, Facebook and Twitter, or X, if that's what you're calling it. There are others also, but those are the most common use cases of that today. Marketing tools that we see as social media. There are pros and cons to this, like most things in life, but today we're going to take a look at 3 things in particular. We're going to take a look at audience and then time to launch, so like going from not having an online presence to being online, and then also ownership. So, audiences in walled gardens. The key element of a walled garden is that the audience is already there. So like if you're in Facebook or you go to Twitter or whatever, the audience is completely contained. They already have flagged what interests them, and really all you have to do is provide things that they might find interesting, and essentially you get paired. It's more complicated than that, and I know you all know that already. And when you're starting a new business, like you've been there. Many of you are probably entrepreneurs, and I understand it. You have this great idea, and you know that you could sell it if you just got it in front of the right group of people. And so it's very appealing, the idea of going directly to a network that already has the audience, putting in your information, and then carrying on from there, because you're trying to focus on your business, right? You're trying to get something sold or make sure that everybody knows what your services are. And so I can see the desire to be able to focus on that. The other part is time to launch. So creating your space. Your space in a walled garden is almost always going to be a super quick start. You don't have a lot of options. It's just kind of a yes, no. And they ask the basic questions that you always have, like, what is your website? What is the name of your company? What is your other social handle? Whatever it is. Things that you already have decided in the process of getting your business running. And so basically, the only distance between getting started with launching on that and having it launched is how quickly your Wi-Fi can respond. And I understand the appeal of that too. In the first 30 days of your business, you want to make sure people know how to contact you so they can buy your stuff, so that you can tell them what your services are. And you know that the decor, the visual aspects are key, but you probably find them negotiable in a way that the direct line between a consumer and you absolutely isn't. And then the final thing that we take a look at is the brand. So your brand anywhere is made up of a lot of different pieces. It's going to be your content creation, your visual design, your plans that you have put together, and sometimes taglines, and all the way down to the way that you ask people to contact you. Even when you can add all of that information into those platforms, it's not always the case that you can get it in front of the people that you want to be there. Sometimes those platforms are using recommendation forward algorithms, or they employ intermittent reward methodologies. And so just because you're offering your brand doesn't always mean that the people that need to see it are going to see it. And so now we're going to contrast that with community gardens. In our case, since community gardens are standing in as a giant metaphor for open source, we're just going to talk about WordPress when we do that. I tried really hard to find a gardening metaphor that was about gardens, and most of the time, like 100% of the time, people talk about public parks or fields of sheep. And I just didn't feel like that worked for us, because I know that when I was learning WordPress, and certainly most of you, you get in there and you have a goal. You're trying to do something, right? You're not actually going to go to a park and sit down and look at it. That's like going into your dashboard and just looking at your dashboard. Like you're trying to sell things, or create a family wiki, or tell people how to knit better. I actually don't know what everybody's interests are here, so I'm going to assume knitting is one. But you're trying to accomplish things. So a community garden is free and open source software, where free means without copyright constraints, or something called copyleft, and open source means no usage constraints. You can study, change, and reuse the software to improve its functionality. And of course, there are a lot of them. Apart from WordPress, and I'm sure you've heard it by now, it powers like over 40% of the web. There's a whole bunch. Apart from WordPress, there are other really well-known open source projects. Things like Linux, PHP, basically anything that's in WordPress, and a bunch of the things that WordPress works with. And so if we're looking at the same three things that we looked at for our proprietary systems, for our walled gardens, your audience in a community garden, unlike in walled gardens, they're going to be off-platform. So you still have to declare the key interests, and you still have to put your content out. You still have to say what the opportunities are, but you have to appeal to those from a different place. You have to go and find them where they are and bring them to you. And before I came to WordPress, I actually worked in marketing, and I was on the data analysis and strategy side. It was so interesting to see kind of just like a bunch of peaks and valleys of what the traffic was doing on the website. But ultimately, the thing that I found so interesting was the opportunity to take a bunch of activity that you saw on a website, figure out what was helping or hurting those visitors from accomplishing their goals and making changes so that they could also accomplish their goals. Because, and this isn't like a big secret, but just in case you hadn't heard it yet, most of the time, the goals of the people that are visiting your site are really close to your goals. They're there because they want your services. And so if they can accomplish that, then you can accomplish yours. And then the final thing is the spaces in the community. Remember that this is about how you work with technology, and the time that we're taking to create a digital asset, like it's the time to launch part, we all know it. There are a lot of options for how you get anything done in open source, but you're able to look at all of the bits and pieces, the things that you want to change, and you have some granular control over. It's not as quick start as getting something up in Facebook or Twitter, but it's all the same sorts of information. It's your contact information, social handles. But you can also decide, like, if a gallery makes your products look worse or makes it look the best, you get to make those choices. And you get to make the choices about usability and accessibility for your customers, for your visitors. Change any theme that you want until you get to a brand that works for you. And don't be overwhelmed by it. Do we have anyone who doesn't have a site yet? Everybody's already got their WordPress site up? Beautiful. Look at you. Everybody knows how to do this. Okay, so I will tell this for everybody in the camera who's watching this later. If all of that felt overwhelming, it's fine. You don't have to do any of that. If you want to go from 0 to 1,000, you can, if you are an incredibly fearless person. But if you're not fearless and you want some help, basically every host that has the opportunity to host a WordPress website has a bunch of tools that will help you get it done. And folks, if your friends are here and they're not in this area and don't have a site yet and they found it all terrifying, go talk to some sponsors. Basically, every host down there has a tool that helps you launch your site faster. And the third thing that we're looking at, of course, is our brand. Fortunately, brand elements are the same no matter where you go. It's going to be what it looks like and what you're saying and what you're doing. A well-built brand has that enticing expression of itself and communicates its purpose and does it all with a consistent voice. And when you're building that using an open source platform like WordPress, you have all of the control over not only how it looks outside, but how it works inside. And so, walled gardens versus community gardens. Are you kind of with me so far that software can be gardens? Yeah, I heard 2 yeses. That's plenty. That's as many as I want. So in that case, I'm going to invite you all to ask this question with me. What would it take to move someone out of a walled garden into a community garden? What would it take to move someone out of a proprietary software and into an open source software like WordPress? This one comes down to kind of a question of human nature. Our brains are wired to look for what is different. It's a basic coping mechanism. It makes sure that we are safe. Our brains want us to be safe and well. And so it's very easy to draw lines and define our differences. But we have more in common than we realize. And when you're trying to convince someone to switch to WordPress, it makes sense to highlight what is the same so that you take some of the fear out of that change. And the similarities between the two things are actually what make the differences so critical. The work that will make any difference to the success of a project in the long run starts at the beginning, and all of that beginning tactical work is essentially the same. So we're going to take a look at the same three things we looked at before, kind of audience, time to launch, and ownership. No matter your solution, whether it's WordPress or anything else, you still have to craft your presence, find and engage with your audience, and develop your voice, and also your cadence. No matter your solution, you still have to take your vision from your mind and build it online. You have to figure out the tools, the design suite, and the moderation options. And no matter your solution, you deserve the opportunity to showcase your brilliance, to own your content and data, and to claim a space online that can be unique and clever as you are. The web is free and open, but it takes a lot of work for something like this to remain open. WordPress, as I mentioned, is one of the largest CMSs and therefore probably one of the largest open source projects. And that means that there's plenty to do. So let's take a look at how the future of the community kind of shapes the future of our project. So WordPress turned 20 last year, and if that's news to you today, then congratulations. I welcome you to the WordPress project. Welcome, new WordPresser, we all love you. But being this established means that we actually have a lot of long-standing philosophies and beliefs that guide all of our decisions. Things like the 4 freedoms of open source and the 5 good faith rules of community. But also big picture thoughts like human-centric open source methods at scale and prioritizing decisions over options. We also have a long-standing commitment to backwards compatibility and a constant effort to create lower barrier opportunities to education, as well as access to networks and equitable experiences in business and in WordPress. As a caveat, all of these things are documented for WordPress, but a little hard to find right now, and I think that we need to put them all in one spot so everybody can see it. That's for some contributors somewhere. So it's these core values, among others, that keep our ecosystem thriving. Some of us are contributing to pay forward the opportunity that we found here. And some of us are not yet contributing because we are still finding that opportunity that is available to us today. But no matter what brings you to WordPress, just being here is being part of a tide that lifts all boats. You're part of this ecosystem that strives to enable long-term success of our software and our local community, and of our businesses and our best selves. We care for what grounds us, not because we are stuck in the past, but because we believe in what brought us here. And speaking of being 20 years old, have you all noticed how much bigger we are now? Do we have long-term contributors in here? Yeah. 1 of you, 3 of you. I see you. You didn't clap, but I see you back there. So you all know, right? We have watched this over the years. We went from 1 team to 2 teams. That was core and then community. And then we had 12 teams, and now we have like 25 or something. There's so many of them. We have more committers than you can shake a stick at, I feel, and more community managers and organizers than I will ever have breath to thank. We have so many projects and working groups that it takes a mid-sized team of people just to keep track of most of it. And it makes you wonder, knowing how much we have changed, knowing how much bigger we are the things that we're doing still what they're supposed to be doing? Are they still serving the same purpose for us as they were 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago? And if we were to prune an item or two, how much more could we grow in areas that our users say they really need from us? And for everyone who does not know what I mean when I'm talking about contributions, for all of the folks who are users of WordPress, if you're not yet aware of the community, you can get a sense for how big we are by obviously the numbers. They come up in State of the Word every year, but also by the sheer number of things that you can do in WordPress and with WordPress. It is mind-boggling to think how much this software has grown from being a simple blogging tool to being a full-blown framework that can support massive applications like Gutenberg or large white paper websites, networks of sites for organizations like NASA, and also still support local coffee roasters' point-of-sale system. And those contributors that I keep mentioning, they do what they can to help manage what might be an early distraction for you. They create themes so that you don't have to know good design in order to have good design. They build plugins so that you don't have to understand the functionality in order to have a site that functions. They find and patch security vulnerabilities, they update PHP and Node versions, they triage and fix bugs that you have told us are existing, that are broken. They translate this software into 200 different languages so that all you have to do is manage your audience, your space, and your brand. Because that's plenty, if we're honest about it. When you're getting started with something like this, that is more than enough to focus on. And ultimately, we have to see what is emerging around us so that we can support and invest in the things that will help us in the future. I mentioned at the start, I'm the executive director of this project, and in a few places I've mentioned that it takes a lot of people to get this work done. And it is those people that are showing up to organize WordCamps and to make contributor days happen and to build new tools like the translation self-serve tool that we used at Contributor Day that help us to make sure that we are moving fast enough to be relevant because new technology is available every day, but also slow enough to be ethical because what we do today builds the foundations of what we can do tomorrow. So when we see things like the WP Playground or way back in the day, the organizer tools that we built for WordCamp organizers, we can see how spending time in those early days of a project can really help us to grow and take advantage of opportunities that we didn't really see for ourselves. But if you're not wandering around hacking in core, which I know we don't hack in core anymore, but you feed the ecosystem, you feed the WordPress project in a different way. The WordPress project isn't part of the data economy, but we do have our own alternative economies that are based on exchange of time, knowledge, and use. So if you see a plugin that is the best version of functionality that you always needed, or a design that's just in beauty and flexibility, or like if you came to a WordCamp and it's the best conference you've been to all year, thank you, thank you. Support it through your time and your money or the use of the product or like a good old-fashioned little tweet. Shoop. I thought I did a great job of that sound. Oh, it's a text message sound. Forget it, nobody remember. So we vote with our feet and our time and our patronage, and we don't pretend that we know how to make the sound of tweets going out the door. So let's recap this really quickly, and then we'll open it up for some questions. When you are looking at how to convince people to get out of a proprietary system and into an open source system, highlight the similarities between the two things so that the transition sounds a little less scary. And then use the differences to highlight the long-term value. Know the foundations of what we are doing here because it's our roots and the health of our ecosystem that make us strong. Manage the distractions because we all have a finite amount of time and energy. And feed new growth, feed interesting projects because we cannot predict the future, but we can certainly give it a good enough try. There's so much to know about how open source is made and why we make it, but if there's only one thing you take away from this today, make it this. To plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow. Or, if you're me, to plant in a community garden is to believe in ourselves. So we have about like 15 minutes for Q&A. If we can get the lights up in the house a little bit so that I can see folks, unless you're the one who's seeing folks for me.
I'm going to look. We have a microphone out there.
We have microphones and people that are going to take microphones to you.
And people. A real community.
We have one there. We're asking other people to come to you because it's a little dark and we don't want you to trip on the stairs.
Hello, I'm Kimberly,
Hello,
and
Kimberly.
I'm from Newfold Digital. Happy International Women's Day to you.
Thank you.
So the community of volunteers is very impressive, and I know that there's Five for the Future and Newfold with Bluehost and Yoast funds certain people in the community.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you see as the broader opportunity for the volunteers in the community as how they can learn and grow and potentially go on to gain other opportunities, both paid work and others?
Yes, this is one of my most favorite questions to answer, but it's a big answer. For folks who have not seen me talk before, all my answers are big. So on the one hand, I believe that if you are participating fully in the WordPress open source project, you can learn all of the 21st century skills required to be an incredibly employable person. So there's that already. Like if you're in the earliest parts of your career, participating just with full-spirited abandon in an open source project can really help you to get trained with like active stuff that you can point to later. So there's that. But if you are contributing to WordPress or any open source project as a part of your ongoing career journey, we technically do have a jobs board that is live on jobs.wordpress.net. Anyone can tweet that out. And that has a few different types of jobs that we have on it. Like we have the standard job categories like design, development, content, etc. But I think we also have a category for people who are currently contributing and want to be sponsored to continue to contribute, and also companies that would like to sponsor someone to contribute and can't quite find them yet. And so that's a great resource. If you have skill sets already and you're here to get your hands on some stuff and learn from some of the best that I see out here, that is an excellent opportunity to say, and now I would like to also be employed to do that full time or find a job in WordPress or whatever it is. Like, kind of answer the question? Yes, excellent.
I think we all kind of missed actually where you go to get all this information.
That's on jobs.wordpress.net.
But even more broadly,
WordPress.org.
Make.wordpress.org?
Make.wordpress.org. This is a quiz that I didn't understand the genesis of. Make.wordpress.org is how you can find the community. WordPress.org is how you can find WordPress. Jobs.wordpress.net is how you can find jobs. I mean, jobs in WordPress. You can post jobs in WordPress. Okay, questions? None questions.
No, I
wait,
see a
way
hand.
up there.
I see all the way up
you.
there again. We
Yeah,
need a
you all
runner.
are going to have to really flag me down. I'm staring into an abyss.
Hi, Josepha. Thank you for coming to WordCamp Asia. My name is Ahmed, one of the organizers, also one of the team reps for Polyglots. My question is, with your presentation and the message that you are sending out for the masses, coming outside the walled garden, the open one, how does no-code contributors like myself fit in this scenario?
Into this, how do no-code contributors fit into contribution or helping people to know that like open source is great? Both. Okay. So there are a number of teams that you can contribute to without having any code knowledge at all. There's obviously the photos team. There's the training team, depending on what you're trying to train folks to do. I believe that the Polyglots team doesn't require a lot of code knowledge. You have to do some like basic setup of stuff, but also the team that's working on tooling for that is trying to make that as low barrier and entry point as possible. Others, so community, yep, I can't believe I forgot it. Thank you, whoever whispered it. Community is obviously one. They're a great one. That's one of my favorite ones. There are like 108 countries or something that have organizers that just organize events to get WordPressers together. Because one thing I've learned in my nearly 10 years of doing this is that like WordPressers love to hang out together and figure out the problems together. It's the best thing. There was a second thing I was supposed to answer and I have forgotten it. No, I didn't. Was that it? That was it. Great. Other questions?
You mentioned embrace the similarities, but talk about and highlight the differences?
Yes.
So things like data freedom, what does that sound like? How can we encapsulate those into small talking points for folks outside of traditional open source and maybe in proprietary platforms?
Well, I mean, I'm going to come closer to you since you're on this stage with me. So, I mean, there's the obvious part of like, no matter where you are deciding to get online, some of the work has to be done no matter what. And you might as well do the work in a place where you own it. And that's really that's the soundbite, right? So that's the soundbite. Like, you're gonna have to do the work regardless, do the work in a place where you own it, where you're not gonna be at the whim of algorithms that do not care who you are. They just care how many eyeballs are on their stuff, and your stuff has become their stuff, right? And so like, it's a little bit data ownership. The data liberation project that's going on is gonna help folks kind of get into and out of walled gardens. If you have not seen that, I believe it's wordpress.org/data-liberation. And it is working to get folks the opportunity to get out of proprietary systems and into WordPress, or in some cases out of a specific WordPress host and into a new WordPress host, if that's what they need to be able to do. Yeah.
That's what I was hoping you'd mention.
Oh, I'm winning this quiz. Anyone else?
Is it possible for some community gardens to accidentally become walled gardens?
You're whispering. What?
Oh, I just thought I had a mic in front of me. I could hear it. Is it possible for some community gardens to accidentally become walled gardens?
Oh, gosh.
Are there ways to prevent that?
I mean, what an interesting question. I mean, it must be. Everything can change, right? Anything can change. I wouldn't know how you would change a...
I'm kind of thinking along the lines of like SaaS products, because GPL allows you to incorporate all your code, open source code, but you don't necessarily have to give back to the project.
Right. But also,
Thoughts?
like, GPL has a specific viral nature to it, which means that it has to then also all be GPL, which means it now is open source also.
Perfect.
It is a quiz. We were joking. It's now the Josepha quiz show.
All my notes say quiz, 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 quiz.
Quiz, quiz, quiz. Any questions that are not quiz questions from Robert Jacoby, our excellent MC? Okay. All right. I'm going to tell you all a terrible joke, and then we'll wrap it up. All right. I heard a yes for my terrible joke, so here it comes. It's the only joke I know. Where does a triceratops sit? On its tricerabottom.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. That is the end of my talk, and I'm so glad to be here with you.
And thank you for kicking off the next 20 years of WordPress.
Oh, I'll do my best. I actually am not done talking because now I'm your wrap-up person. So here's this. Folks, you made it through the first day of WordCamp. If it's your first one, congratulations. If it's your millionth one, thank you also. Round of applause for yourselves. Don't forget to come back tomorrow, because tomorrow at the end of the day, we have our project co-founder, Matt Mullenweg, who will be here to answer live questions from the audience, but also a whole series of excellent presenters that will be here leading all the way up to that. Not to mention that you will still have excellent food, excellent opportunities in the sponsor area, and then some general networking, getting to know all of the other folks in WordPress. Thank you so much. Go out there tonight and have fun, but don't have too much fun because we start tomorrow at 9.
Hello, everyone. So it says a wrap up on the schedule, but there's nothing going on. So I hope you all had fun today. There's more sessions tomorrow, so I'll see you all tomorrow again. At what time?
Sessions start